Just take a seat, Hibble. No, never. You will never find me sitting into control. Oh! Oh! I just jumped on the fucking train! Well, that's not gone well. Oh, fuck! God days! Oh, god damn. As we get closer to Blackpool, this just gets more and more fucking depressing. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck.
It doesn't take her yet.
Oh.
No?
I wasn't ready for that. You can say if you want to, you can walk on liquor.
Uh-oh.
Alrighty, hello everybody. If I sound a little bit more grim than normal, well, for a start, my face has disappeared. Let's try and fix that notion. Oh, there we go. If I sound a little bit more grim than normal, it's because I'm currently fighting a cold. It's a bit of a losing battle, but we'll see how we get on tonight, because hopefully I have 3 days of streams up, and you know, 3 days worth of streaming that I need to try and fill out today. Yeah, I've got no idea where you get that from, Mono. OutBRK is an early access game that only really got released, was it earlier this year or at the end of last year? I think it was earlier this year. Yeah, it's still in very active development, so it was always going to get updates. I've got well, actually, now that I think about it, I wonder if you are maybe thinking about the other game that we played, Tornado Research and Rescue, which is also in early access, but hasn't really seen an update in a little while. I don't know, maybe you're getting cross-wired with that one. Yeah, so today, let me just play around with the volume a little bit here. So today our plan is to test out the version 0.3 update, which released just a couple of days ago, which unfortunately I couldn't stream it at the time it came out because I was at work. 0.3 makes a lot of changes to the visual engine and a few other tweaks here and there. We'll need to see how we go, because the one thing that I've noticed through testing is that it has removed the fidelity of the graphics settings. They have simplified it a lot, but they've taken away a lot of the sliders and things. So I'm finding it a bit hard to get the correct balance, because when you're within a storm and you can't see outside of the storm, the frame rate is fantastic. But when you are far away looking at a complicated storm, it chugs the frame rates a little bit. So I think I've found an acceptable balance for streaming, but I might need to tweak things. If issues start to appear during the stream, I will definitely keep an eye on it. So the other thing for me was the last time I did an OutBRK stream, it was kind of impromptu. And watching it back, I ended up saying a lot of things in the stream which was just complete fucking nonsense. So I was quite keen to be doing another OutBRK stream fairly soon after the previous one, because I want to correct some of the absolute fucking bullshit that I said last time. God, I can hear my voice already starting to go. This may end up being a very, very short stream if my voice gives out, but we'll try to do what we can. We will try to do what we can. I still can't get matchmaking to work for some weird reason, so it's going to be solo chases are the story of tonight. Did you add some lemsip to the diesel? No, I get the feeling that lemsip and alcohol is not a combination you kind of want to you kind of want to mix their mono. Okay. So I've turned my resolution down a little bit. So one big change that I have made to my streaming setup recently is that I've gone onto a 4K monitor, but running the game in 4K, which is what I do for other games, would unfortunately mean like a whole like quadrupling the amount of screen real estate that the game has to render. So I've put it back down to 1080p for today's stream, and hopefully that'll help keep things nice, calm and collected. So looking at our weather situation, we have a bit of a thundercloud column over here. There's a little something interesting farming over here, but I think this little pattern to our southwest is going to be the south. It looks like it's towering up, and then we have this like cliff overhead that's fairly high altitude. So let's get into our shaggin' wagon. So looking at the situation here, it looks like a bit of a bow wave, actually. There's not much in the way of rotation here. Looking at the winds data, yeah, okay, we can see that there's a good degree of wind shear. So we can see the wind at high level is coming from the southwest at 4 ticks, and then at the medium level it's coming from south by southwest at 3 ticks, so there's a little bit of wind shear on the go, and then at low level it's coming directly from the south at 2 ticks, so there's low and mid-level wind shear on the go. Looking at the Cape map, never say never, but there's not a lot of there is energy in the air, but there's not a lot of energy. But we're starting to see an area of no cape, which usually indicates areas of like quite significant downpouring. So this will be the center of the storm. So this node here is pretty much the one that we want to watch. And as we can see, there's actually starting to get a little bit of rotation inducted into this little system here. So basically, when you have a very heavy downpour, as indicated by the purple, you've got precipitation and air that is like collapsing downwards through the sky, and then the air kind of needs to move up to fill the gap. And as the winds move down and up, it can start to induce rotation, which is kind of what we're starting to see. So we want to get south of our current location, so let's try and get down towards Westport. So let's start the shaggin' wagon, and we'll put our hazard lights on because we are a hazard. We are never not a hazard in this game. We'll also put our little antenna on. I need to watch the game audio levels because I don't want to... Oh, I just took out somebody's mailbox. That's a problem. That is a problem. Yeah, I don't want the game to be too loud, but don't want it to be too quiet either. So they've made a lot of visual changes. From testing, one of the visual changes that I really like is they have made tornadoes a lot harder to see. So if you are balls deep in an incredibly heavy downpour of rain, you literally cannot see a tornado coming towards you. It can be incredibly close to you, and you might not see it, which is terrifying. It makes intercepts much more challenging, but it also makes intercepts much more rewarding as well. So That is pretty good. One of the other changes was that when you were playing this game before, you were limited to looking only to the left and to the right, and looking behind you was a look behind button, but as you can see I can actually free look all the way around, which is pretty cool. Will you be able to hear it? Oh yes. Oh yes, you can hear a tornado. So looking at the Cape map, the core of this storm here, that is in the center of my crosshairs, that is the area of heaviest downpour. So at the moment there is no kind of clear structure to indicate that it is a supercell, but it is starting to get an area of tightening rotation. Which means it's probably going to start spinning. So we are Hail Marying at ungodly speeds across the American countryside. Also, if you are in America, happy 4th of July to you all. It is freedom from the British Day and all that business. So, one thing we talked about last time was how the game handles its weather warnings differently from real life. So if this is real life, this would be radar indicated rotation. So this would be a severe, this would be a tornado warned severe thunderstorm. But in the game right now, this isn't even a severe thunderstorm. But yeah, in reality, if you looked at a radar velocity map and you saw this, you would be throwing a tornado warning at. So we're currently in the core of a little breakaway region of this area. So this to me looks like what's referred to as a bow wave. So if you imagine a bow with a straight line and then it kind of comes out in a curve, it's basically an advancing weather system referred to as a Drecho, Drecho. I'm not really sure the correct pronunciation of it. Obviously they are over quite massive scopes of territory. Within game you are limited size wise, so it's kind of over a much shorter area, but they can be associated with kind of multiple rapidly intensifying weather systems that can, because of their fast moving nature and interactions with surrounding airs, produce not necessarily mesocyclone produced tornadoes, but what are referred to as spin up tornadoes, which are produced slightly different from mesocyclone tornadoes. So we're currently threading the needle here. So there's an intense downburst to the north, and there's another intense downburst over here, but right now we can't really see too much. Also, I forgot to kind of take a bit of a look at it, but this is today's Shaggin' Wagon. So we have our hail cage, our little weather station, our radio antenna. I actually think we probably want to try and get up towards Bakersville here. So I think we're actually going to come off of the turnpike here and skedaddle into the distance. I'm just keeping my eye on the GPU use. So if you see me casting my eyes like this, is because I'm looking to see what my GPU percentage is doing. Cool, so we're in an area of very heavy downpour here. This core here is still the one that we are chasing. Now it says it's moving upwards, and I'm actually quite inclined to agree with this one. There's no fuel stations until we get into Bakersville, so I think what we do here... Oh, okay, actually that's quite interesting. So let's stop and refill our fuel tank real quick. So this south side of this cell here is starting to get like a little bit of an inlet, which could be a sign of it starting to spin up. And indeed, we've now got this kind of area here of quite significant rotation. So what we've got here, white is minus 25, going into deep red, which is 5. So 13 meters per second times 4. So this potentially now is mesocyclonic with a spin area of about 120 miles an hour. So the mistake I made when I was chatting about mesocyclones last time was that I started talking about, yeah, okay, there we go. So we've just gone tornado warrant here, which is slightly annoying because we're not in an ideal position. So the mistake I made last time that we played this game was that I kept talking about the mesocyclones and chatting about the strength of tornadoes. But of course, this mesocyclone probably stretches over a couple of kilometers, like 1 to 2 kilometers, but with conservation of angular momentum, yes, the mesocyclone might be 120 kilometers, it's actually 120 miles an hour. It's actually faster than that now, but with conservation of angular momentum, the potential tornado that would result from a storm of this would be much, much, much faster than that. So now we are deep blue into bright red. So we're looking at 40 times 4. So this mesocyclone is spinning approximately 160 miles an hour. Is the potential maximum speed of the mesocyclone, which is capable of producing quite a significant tornado. I'm trying to get onto the side of the tornado with less the side of the mesocyclone with less downpour so that I can see. Let's just step out the vehicle. So there is a tornado there. We can barely see it because we're in the middle, but there is a definite tornado on the ground. So let's try and get ahead of it on this side. So this is this is like one of the key differences, because if this was the old version of this game, we would be able to see this so frigging easily. So the tornado is currently in here. That's actually quite a big inlet. So the deeper this inlet is, oh god, it has a terrifyingly fast ground speed. So yeah, the deeper, so this is called a hook signature, and the deeper this hook signature is, the more air is rushing in, which means the faster the mesocyclone is spinning, and the faster and thus more powerful the resultant tornado is. So we're about to come into the edge. Well, we're about to come out of the rear flank downdraft, so we can see we've got a debris signature over to the, well, a debris pickup over here. So I think we probably want to try and get to here and then evaluate if we can do an intercept. So yeah, this tornado is very rain wrapped. We can hardly see it. The ground speed of this tornado is phenomenally fast. But here we go. Here is our first tornado of the stream. Oh, I can feel my fucking voice boxes. Riding a fucking struggle bus here. Okay, so we're coming up to this junction here, so let's go hard on the brakes, let's get out. So let's report this and take a photo of it. So I think the intercept is probably going to be up here. And this tornado's ground speed is quite fast. Actually, I think it might be closer to this junction. This tornado's ground speed is quite fast, so this might be quite risky. And looking at the reflectivity profile, it's still got, the mesocyclone's still got a potential for 160 miles an hour winds. So we are racing this. Okay, I think the intercept's moved. I think we're looking at an intercept probably up here. God, that tornado is getting scarily close. Okay, let's take a stop at this junction for a second and see what we're looking for. So what we're looking for is for this column to be coming straight for us. And it is and it isn't. Okay, I don't want to chase it on the diagonal. Oh, that is getting mighty close. So I think this is a good enough intercept. And we are going to get the fuck out of Dodge. So let's turn back south. Okay, we can hear it. Hang on, if I turn the game up a bit. That deep rumble. Oh, that's a strong tornado. That is a strong tornado. It's not a big tornado, and it's definitely not the most powerful tornado I've definitely seen. But we can go and get a good pro pickup from this. There's also a supercell developing to the south that has a little bit of rotation in it. So what we've got here, we've got blue into deep red, so let's call that 25. So that's about a 100-mile-an-hour rotation with a potential J-hook. So this may become tornado warned soon. Let's grab a photo of that. That, I wouldn't be too surprised if that is a direct hit on that, from that tornado. I do apologise for my voice, I can really feel it starting. I was in two minds about whether or not to stream today, but nah. Next week's going to be pretty quiet for me. Right, I want to come out to here. Actually, I do not see that debris signature at all. I wonder if the tornado's starting to rope out. Oh wow, that's a lot of rotation, Jesus. Let's use a handbrake here. So currently we can't see shit because we are deep within a downpour. So unfortunately, the way the roads work, this intercept is actually going to be pretty difficult for us to get a hold of. But yeah, there's a core behind us. So this is kind of what I mean with like this derecho formation, is you typically see these fast moving rapid core developments. Ow. Okay, I didn't realize that road was supposed to be closed. So behind us, there is now a very, very intense reflectivity core. Like, blue is off the scale. So now we're just on the edge of this. I don't think we can see that original tornado at all. But then it did look like it was trying to rope out. So it might be doing what is called tornado cycling, where there, no, it is there. It is there. Yeah, it's definitely there. So tornadoes tend to like cycle and then disappear. I'm trying to cut this corner a little bit, so potentially the tornado is up here. So I want to try and get over here, which means I need to shortcut this route to Prairie Hills. Yeah, I do not see that tornado at all. I know it's there, and it looked fairly sizable, all things considered. I wouldn't be too surprised if this storm here ends up tornado warned as well. Probably right above me, actually, because that area does look like it has quite a lot of chest hair. Yeah, okay. So we've got another quite significant hook signature. So although we can't see the tornado that's over there, the weather map tells us that it's probably actually quite strong. Yeah, I can't see any traces of it at all. Let's try and get ahead of this storm system the best way that we can. Because we're going to need to drive really fast without stopping in order to try and get ahead of the storm system. And let's not be too surprised if this system that's basically almost above us drops a tornado as well. Although, to be fair, it does actually look like our first mesocyclone and then this mesocyclone are starting to merge. Oh, and then that one that I was telling you was starting to spin up has now gone tornado warned. So actually, we might be in a better place to intercept this one. So it's the one over here is now gone tornado warned. So we can see, with better visibility, we can see our wall clouds. So we've basically got one mesocyclone over there, and one basically over here. So where do I want to be? This one has got the stronger signature, but me trying to get into a position to intercept this is going to be pretty fucking miserable. I think a tornado that is going to drop from this is going to be on the south side of Prairie Hills. So let's get ourselves into position on the south side of Prairie Hills. So we've got white, which is 25, into deep red. So again, we're looking at a potential mesocyclone speed of about 120 miles an hour at the minute. It's just gone blue into deep red. So 35. 140 miles an hour mesocyclone. So this is starting to spin up quite rapidly. So let's move ourselves into position on the south side of Prairie Hills. What we'll do is we'll get ourselves to the gas station and start picking up some fuel. And then from there, we will try and evaluate if this storm system is going to drop a tornado or not. So the Prairie Hills gas station is a left and a right. So the one problem is because of my hail cage, it's kind of hard to see if a system is actively dropping a tornado without getting out of the shaggin' wagon. Okay, the original system is now no longer tornado warned. I actually wonder if we need to be a little bit more to the north than we are. It's moving slightly more north and west than I thought. Yeah, okay, there's a tornado on the ground there. Oh, wow, okay, fuck. Okay, if I'm gonna get into an intercept position, I actually need to move pretty much now. Okay, we have a reasonably well-defined hook shape in here. There we go, we're just hearing the tornado sirens within Prairie Hills starting up. So that is a tornado warning issued for Prairie Hills. Okay, I think the tornado is moving northbound. I think I actually want to probably be... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think I can intercept it on this path anymore. I think I need to be on the road that's going north, not the road that's going northwest. Oh wow, okay, it's close. Yeah, it's pretty close. I think the town of Prairie Hills is going to be safe. So the tornado is probably going to be about here. It's a tree! Ow, fuck. Jesus. Don't read maps and drives, kids. So I think we're going to be looking for an intercept over here. If we're going to intercept this tornado, this is going to be quite a risky intercept, I would think. But we need to keep our eye on the road. I don't have as much braking on the dirt, so let's bring us all the way around. Okay, I cannot see this tornado for the trees. Oh, fuck. Ow. Alright, since we're stopped, what are we working with? Oh wow, okay, it's close. Okay, I still think our original intercept point is good. We just have to get to it before the tornado does. Okay, let's stop here. No, it's further up, Oh, that is closer than I thought it was. I think the winds have changed though. I think it's moving more northwards. Oh, that is alarmingly close. Oh, we may have screwed the pooch here. Okay, we're within the outer fringes of this tornado. As long as the winds don't get above 100 miles an hour, we should be fine. Jesus. Okay, that was a risky intercept. We were definitely within the outer fringes of that fucking tornado. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. Yeah, that got a lot closer than I thought it was going to. But that's our second successful tornado intercept. So here's the thing about tornadoes. You can see that it's only condensed to about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way, but it's in contact with the ground. So one thing that's confusing about tornadoes for some people is that just because a tornado has not condensed all of the way to the ground, doesn't mean that the tornado isn't a tornado. So in Europe, because we don't get as many tornadoes as you do in America, you know, there's not really as much in the way of storm chasers that are trained to the same quality as the storm chasers in America are. And so for us, there is, until an investigation is done, there is no distinction between a funnel cloud and a tornado. They are considered synonymous until the observers can get out and assess damage, and only if there is no damage is it finally actually categorized as non-tornadic. Can I intercept this again? Oh, I definitely can. Although I think it's roping out. I'm about 40% sure this is roping out. Alright, let's take this bad boy off road. Which is always a risky idea, but we're gonna park here. That's actually a reasonably good intercept, I think. I mean, I say that, but there's no wind pickup, so we might have missed it slightly. But no wind pickup from the probe being that close means that this is super weak. Alright, let's take a very, very slow drive back to the road. Don't read maps and drive, kids. Okay. I saw the silhouette of another tornado there briefly. So there is quite a good hook shape, and we're blue into bright red, so the mezzo is quite well spun up here. I think I probably want to get close to here and then see what this tornado's doing. And we'll try and move into a better intercept position. So we're coming into an area of quite weak cape here. So although there is quite a well spun mezzo, because there is not really much cape, the wind isn't getting, sorry, the air isn't getting thrown up into the sky as quickly as it did earlier on, which means although there is horizontal rotation, there isn't a lot of vertical movement, which is what you need to drive a tornado properly. So hence why, although the wind speeds of this mesocyclone, although it has actually calmed down quite a bit, although the wind speeds of the mesocyclone is quite high, that's why we're not seeing a massive monster tornado here. So what are we, bright green into bright red? So we're looking at about 30, so yeah, we got about 120. That blue thing over there, that's the top of the radar dome, which is our one weather station for here. So we're going to get over to the distance. So we can see that tornado's still on the ground. And actually, I'm going to try something here. Settings, graphics. Let's pump up the jam just a little bit more. I kind of want to see if we can handle this. So we're going to beautify the game a little bit. Yeah, okay, so turning the resolution down's actually helped me massively. Let's, beautiful, okay, that's what we wanted to see. So let's report that tornado here. So we're currently looking at an intercept probably on the outskirts of this town, which I think will actually be hard pressed to get to. But we're going to make a good old college try of it. That's a weird noise. So the problem with the funnel not being particularly well condensed is it makes it really, really hard to see where the tornado is when you can't see the ground signature. One thing they are still working on update-wise is improved resolution. Oh, wow, you just saw that wind change. Yeah, okay. Let's tentatively get a little bit closer to this. I say tentatively because this is starting to become a bit risky driving towards the tornado. So it's still up ahead from us here. But it's now or never because this is too close. This is way too close. Actually, that tornado is strengthening. I'm pretty sure of it. Alright, let's evacuate this particular dance floor. So if this tornado continues to strengthen, I think we're going to get something of a pickup here. Yeah, okay, pickup. So 6,700 was our strongest pickup so far. It's only a glancing blow. Oh, and we're condensed all the way to the bottom. So this is the first time we've seen this. Okay, there we go. So that tornado is continuing to pick up in strength. So now I think if we look at the cape, we're just hitting a little bit there of stronger cape. Oh, we're in the outer fringes of tornado again. 88 miles an hour winds. Yeah, and we are a fully condensed tornado. So I think we're gonna see this start picking up some trees. Oh, well, it's weakening actually. It's now not holding, it's condensing all the way. Okay, I think it's no longer fully condensed now. But problematically, it is about to head into a town. You know, I'm surprised we've not actually ended up dying. Oh, okay. This was not the strat, Hibble. This was not the strat. This was not the strat. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Okay, the tornado is right there. The car might go. Okay, the car did not go. So the reason why cars are problematic in tornadoes is because the air can get underneath them, and when the air gets underneath them, it can just lift them up easily. So if you are, you know, people want to stay in their cars if they think they're going to get hit by a tornado because they think it's hard shelter, but actually you're more likely to die if the car gets picked up, thrown, and you end up like crashing into the ground at 100 miles an hour. If you're convinced you're going to get hit by a tornado, some of the best advice I have been told is to get out of your car, find a ditch or area with some side-to-side cover and protection, lie flat on the ground with your hands covering your head and your mouth open. And the reason for the mouth open is for the pressure difference, I'm told. Because what tornadoes are basically like a very, very acute area of incredibly low pressure. And so the pressure change, the really rapid pressure change, can disrupt the function of your lungs, which is not entirely bueno. So as worried as we got about that tornado, we haven't actually seen it cause any damage. We actually haven't seen it pick up even any twigs. And it passed through the town without causing any damage at all. I think we are back in an area of low cape again. Yeah, we are. So we're going to try and follow this storm up the mountains. So Mountainton is the mountains in the northeast, which I think is the in-game equivalent of the Appalachians. But I think we are about to be concluding this chase ever so slightly. Which is why, incidentally, I haven't stopped for fuel, because I don't think this chase is going to last much longer than this. So, tornado's still going. Let's go try and get a snap of it real quick. I actually think the winds are blowing slightly more to the north now. Yeah, so I think the tornado's here. I think we might actually get in a position for another intercept. Let's see what the tornado does when we get to this corner here. But yeah, we might potentially be in another intercept position. So typically you see tornadoes on the boundary of the rear flank downdraft, which is here, and the rotating updraft, which is here. So this is what you refer to as an inflow slot. So the tornado is right on this boundary. It's usually not right in this gap, it's usually about here-ish. So let's try and see what this tornado's doing. Oh, I don't see it at all. That's a problem. Car? No, car. Where you going, car? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's going. It's going way faster than I can run. I have never, in all of my time playing this game, had this happen. I don't see the tornado at all anymore. Either because it's not there or the rain is too significant. Oh, the car stopped. Okay, the car stopped. Well, chat, how's it going? God fucking damn it, I've never had this happen before. I have a feeling this tornado... Well, actually... I think this area has been re-tornado warned down here. So there might be another tornado coming up the mountain. Alright, let's try and get back to our car. Fuck it. God, I wanted to quit this so bad, but if I quit before the chase ends, then I lose my bonus for all of the thing that I get. I still get a lot of my data and information. You only lose it if you die. But it does mean that I can at least get the like, yeah, if I quit before the chase ends, then I lose 20% of my points or something like that. So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there might be another tornado warning down here somewhere. I'm not sure where I could go to assess that though without potentially missing the tornado. That's a Steam overlay, we don't want that. But yeah, right now I'm not seeing any signs of any... Oh, I thought I just saw the outline of a tornado. To be fair, I actually think it's probably over here. But I'm so rain-wrapped I don't see anything. Fine, so I think my only hope for spotting this tornado is getting into... getting onto this road on the outskirts of this little unmarked town, and then heading to the east. God dang, I'm fast as fuck, boy. Look at that 120 mile an hour. We're in the thick of the storm though, so if a tornado is nearby, we are not going to see it. Whee! Okay, since we're stopped, let's see if we can't see anything. Okay. I thought I just saw another silhouette of this tornado over here. I say tornado, it might be a potential. So if I was guessing, I would maybe say there's maybe a tornado here, and more likely a tornado here. Which would mean we're kind of driving into it a little bit. Yeah, I don't see nothing. I really need to be on the outskirts of this storm. Oh, all tornado warnings have ended. There is another derecho coming in this way, though. The chase may end here. Fine, so they have finally withdrawn the tornado warnings. This storm system may produce something. I don't think it's particularly likely, though. And so for the same reason that we talked about here, so this storm system has, you know, it's got very intense areas. It does have rotation within it, but when we look on the Cape map, there is no updraft. So I would consider this storm here very unlikely to produce a tornado. Never say never, and this is where your spin-up tornadoes come into it. Because the chase hasn't ended. The only problem with spin-up tornadoes is they're typically weak and short-lived, so getting into position to intercept one would be quite difficult. But the chase hasn't ended, so the game's still thinking there is a chance for a tornado somewhere. And to be fair, it's not going to be too long before this storm system actually hits into an area of Cape now. So I wonder if we can get up to Mountainton. If we might be able to be in position to intercept a tornado. Because this core here and this core here have reasonably good intensities. This one has the most velocity, and if it gets further over to the east, it is going to hit an area of Cape, which means it would definitely be more likely to produce a tornado. Fuck it, let's get up to Mountainton and see what we can do script wise. Fucking hate Windows 11. It keeps giving me notifications, but doesn't tell me what those notifications are. Like, something's pinging. Great. Oh, okay, there we go. Chase hands. Fine. Okay, the game has finally decided no more tornadoes for us, so we can leave. Okay, ah, fuck. I was really hoping to get a direct hit from a tornado, but, no, nothing for us. So we took 18 photos, and 7 tornado reports. All of our photos were of tornadoes. We didn't get any funnel clouds, for a total of 20,000 points. So if we head over to the garage, we can see what potentially we can upgrade. Although I think we're pretty happy with our setup. Escape. Okay. I thought the game maybe crashed there. Fine, so we've got 50,000 points to spend. So we're currently rocking the magnitude with our hail cage and weather station. We're quite a long way off exploring the hammerhead, which I don't think actually has any. So the magnitude. God, the magnitude is the hammerhead is just worse in every way. I wonder why this is more expensive than the magnitude. The altitude's pretty good. Of course, you can get some special vehicles, so you can get some real-life storm chasing vehicles, including the Dominator, which I would love to get, but at 1 million credits, I'm a very, very long way away from getting that. I think they've actually made that cheaper. Do I want to change my my car any at all? Yeah, not really. Yeah, we're sticking with the OutBRK logo because there's no option to upload your own. You can see there's lots of Twitch streamers there, but I'm unfortunately too small time for for getting my own name in the game kind of thing. Oh, I didn't realize Chibidoki played. Okay, so God, there's a lot of people I didn't realize streamed this game. Huh. Anyway, we'll represent Team OutBRK. So the bull bars are quite good because they provide some more damage resistance, which is quite good. But I don't think there's any particular benefits to what we can upgrade here. Oh, they've added more of these. I think Yuki is new, but it's not a bobblehead though. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a horn. Classic. Yeah, okay, alright, fine. So there's nothing else we particularly want to upgrade. I'm gonna go for a 30-second break and we'll get set up with another chase for us. So back in a little second.
That is the angriest of touches! What did you do?
I shot wildly and hit something important.
Alright, let's go. Ah, Robo-Duggy's over there. And this really doesn't like this. Alright, let's get on the roadway. So, there's the enemy base. Oh lord! We are riding balls deep into a fuck-nuggeting battlefield, motherfuckers! Yeah, man. Ow, my flag. Alright, let's pick up the pace of it. Yeah!
You have to be ruthless in this business.
No, nothing great! Fuck up, Josh.
I really want that to be my text message.
What the fuck? Why is there a board just... What the fuck? I wondered where that went. Got thunder hunted by Laserface.
Hi, Laserface.
Later.
Oh god! Get down! Get down!
This is like bad.
Alrighty, we are just loading into another chase. Now that our first one is done and dusted. So in that chase, we basically got a couple of different mesocyclones that were producing tornadoes. Never really much in the way of like multiple tornadoes at once. I think at one point there was 2 tornadoes on the ground, but yeah, definitely not definitely nothing too significant. We did almost get scooped up by a tornado, but it wasn't too bad. Okay, so looking at this system, it looks like to our north we have that looks to me like a fairly low precipitation supercell up to the north, and a fairly high precipitation storm system over here. We have some downpours. Looking at the weather situation, so we can see that low precipitation system up there, which is moving away from us, but this high precipitation area here is the one that we want to watch. So already this is severe thunderstorm warned. We have a little core of quite intense precipitation with rotation. So once again, in reality, this would be tornado warned because there is rotation here. So this would have a real life tornado warning behind it, but in game it does not. Looking at the weather situation, we have low speed winds coming from the south by southeast, with fairly low level cape. So we may see some tornadoes coming into the picture on the west side of the map, but they're not really going to intensify into anything with any particular chest hair until they hit the center portion of the map. In terms of wind shear, we have no high level cloud, but the air is still moving probably southwest at 1, maybe 2 bars. Mid-level cloud is pretty much the same, so there's a bit of a difference in speed, but nothing too much. And it's at the low level, where we really see this wind shear come up. Yeah, okay. Fine. So we have low-level wind shear. We have minimal mid-level wind shear. I think we get to this... I think we start going to the south. So really, until this storm system starts taking shape a little bit better, I don't think we have too much to do. We're going to head into a slightly better viewing position, but we'll probably actually end up coming back north again. Probably not to Westport, but probably over here. Ow. Damn it. But we'll at least come to this gas station here and just supervise the formation of this storm system. So what I expect to see happen is, as this system here continues to develop, I think the low-level wind shear is going to... Well, the cloud base is really high. Well, the cloud needs to come down quite a fair bit before we're going to start seeing anything particularly dramatic happening, which I think we're a long way away from doing. It's high level, mid level, low level, and pressure increases as you go down, so the higher numbers are lower altitude. Yeah, we're basically just watching and seeing at the minute, all things considered. So as this storm system continues to advance, I suspect we're going to see more low-level cloud formation. When that happens, we're going to start getting caught up with the low-level wind shear. And then once we have the low-level wind shear, and once the system moves into an area of Cape, so I think we're probably looking at about north of Fort City, west of Prairie Hills and south of Bakersville, I think this is probably going to be the point where we're going to start to see supercell formation from this storm system here. So this area is the one that we're watching at the minute, but I think this core is also going to be one to watch, particularly because there's a lot of rotation behind it. This area does have rotation, so mid-green into deep red. So there's like 80 miles an hour rotation going through this core. And the core is starting to intensify. This is kind of awkward. Part of me wonders if I want to be on this road. Because if a tornado does spawn from this, it's going to be down here. And then if we are doing... So there to there... It's basically gonna end up here. Which means my opportunities for intercept is actually pretty shit. But potentially, we're assuming it's going to drop a tornado soon, and I don't think that's the case. Because I think we're not going to see a significant rotating updraft until we probably hit here. Okay, so let's reevaluate the weather situation. So we've now got high level cloud over here. I've got mid-level cloud here. Fine. So high level cloud here basically means that the fringes of this core are starting to get lifted up quite high. So basically, you know, we're now seeing this core here entering into an area of Cape and get lifted up. So when you look at the sky, you know, if you've ever been in a plane, you may notice that, like, clouds are mostly the same height unless there's a thunderstorm somewhere in the distance. So there is actually a physical barrier that stops the cloud from getting, like, higher than that barrier. When we talk about CAPE, that's an acronym for Convective Air Potential Energy. That is basically the energy that a cloud has to actually punch through that barrier and rise up. So when CAPE is 0, you have no chance of a thunderstorm. But when you have like a positive CAPE value, the air can punch through that that barrier and rapidly extend, which is where you see the charge difference between the base of the cloud and the top of the cloud, and that charge difference is what produces a lightning storm, or thunder and lightning, and that cape, that upward movement of air, means that air underneath it has to then rush in to fill its place, and that is when you can start to see the formations of rotations and whatnot, which is basically why I'm paying so much attention to the cape map here. Fine, so there's a downdraft here. So this here could be the startings of a rotating updraft. So yeah, this is starting to spin up. This is starting to spin up. We are potentially looking at an early stage mesocyclone of 80-mile-an-hour rotational speed, so pretty weak in the grand scheme of things. Let's actually go into our shaggin' wagon and so where's the core of this mesocyclone? So it's kind of here. Yeah, this is kind of a rough spot because we're really in between two areas for this. Let's go get our hazard lights on. Let's get our hazard headlights on. I'm pretty sure this is going to be tornado producing though. I'm more convinced that this one is going to be tornado producing. So right now it's in an area of no cape, and it is slightly to the north of where this cell was. So I think it's probably going to come closer to Westport. So I think it's going to have to get to Westport before it starts getting cape and becoming an interesting weather system. So I still think the one that we are looking at just now is the one to watch. But we're not really there yet. So looking at the wind, so we still have a high level peak over here. Yeah, okay. So we're starting to see... This is a really slow build map, actually. Slow build scenario. At the moment, we're just waiting and seeing. The cloud systems here are starting to develop wind shear. But we're just watching this core quite closely. But I think this is a juvenile supercell here, with a rear flank downdraft and the beginnings of a rotating updraft. Yeah. So I think we're watching this south side. I kind of want to get over to this road here, and I think we're actually probably going to do that. Let's stop at this gas station and top up our fuel tank. And then we're going to reposition it ourselves, because this is a really slow build scenario. So I don't think we're going to see a tornado anytime immediately soon. But I think this system here is gearing up to produce a weak tornado. I think. So let's reposition for better intercept possibilities. So I kind of want to get up here. I think the annoying thing is that this supercell here and the part of it that's going to produce a tornado is going to threat... Oh, there we go. It's like I know what I'm talking about. Are we actually producing anything yet? Oh, that's a funnel cloud. We just saw it lit up by the lightning, but there is a funnel cloud in there. Yeah, there it is. Damn, if we were down there, we would have been in a much better place. So we've reported a funnel cloud. There is a definite funnel cloud on the ground. This is slightly annoying because I think I want to be over on this road, but I don't know that I really get to it. So we're still funneling. Actually, it's got a really high ground speed. Alright, let's just engage operation what I originally said the first time round. And let's just get over to this little junction here. And then we can reposition as needed. Shit. I'll be honest with you, that dropped the tornado, or the funnel cloud, a lot quicker than I was expecting it to. How are we doing for shear? So high level shear. Yeah, there is no level. There is no low level wind shear. But there is good mid-level shear now. So the reason why wind shear is important is because wind shear, horizontal wind shear, causes the cloud to start rotating in a tube across the horizontal level, and then when you then hit an area of cape, that horizontal tube upends itself, and that's when you start to see a mesocyclone form, which can then kind of condense into a tornado if the rotating updraft is fast enough. So let's take a look and see what we're dealing with over here. So it's gone tornadic, although I don't see it. Let's just report it in. Yeah, I do not see it at all. So it's here to here. Yeah, okay, I do not see it. I think based on its trajectory, if the winds don't change, I'm probably looking at an intercept over here. But it's a very long way away, and I don't think it's going to be particularly intense for the time being. So our intercept point, I'm guessing at the minute, is over by this patch of trees. But right now I don't even see any traces of the tornado. I think we just stop here and go onto this rise for a little minute. Oh yeah, okay, we can just see it. Fine, so it's definitely in contact with the ground. There is a definite ground contact signature. So let's see where this ends up here. So the tornado is currently here. Tornado's probably now here. So we're still tracking towards this area. It might, looking at the Cape map, we may, if it's still on the ground by the time it reaches us, and that is a big if, we may actually start to see it strengthen quite significantly as it gets near us. But we're in the outer fringes of precipitation now, so I think the tornado's about here. So this, I think, is where our intercept point is. God, it's such a weak tornado. Okay, so let's just keep our reticule here and see where we go. So it's moving to the left of us. It's definitely going south of us. And it is starting to strengthen like we said it was probably going to. Okay, so it's curved a little bit more to the south. So I think we're probably looking at an intercept point over here now. So let's go and see what the dealios is over there. Where are we? Fine, so let's stop at this junction. I still think it might be going slightly to the south of this, but we'll see. Actually, that looks pretty spot on, to be honest. I don't think that's moving particularly much. Okay, it is still head tracking southbound to us. Hard to tell because you know, it's curling so much. So if we do this. Oh no, okay. It's turned a bit more. Heading northbound. It's heading north now. So if I put this at the northern edge. Actually, let's put it at the southern edge. Yeah, okay, it's definitely tracking northbound. So it's backtracking our vehicle a little bit more. We'll try and get a pretty half-decent intercept for this storm. Or for this tornado. Alright, let's see how this looks for size. Oh, it's actually strengthened quite for a bit. Now that it's condensed all the way, we can actually see the ground level. Funnel. It is still heading this way, but it's still heading northbound for us, so let's continue our little journey of reversing. I don't think we need to reverse by too much this time. Oh, that is CBDR. That is coming straight for us. Yeah, that is coming straight for us. So this tornado to here, yeah, that is absolutely coming straight for us. Once it crosses these power lines, oh fuck! It just moves south. It just moves south. Fuck. I was gonna say once it crosses the power lines, I'm basically going to drop down our probe and get out of dodge. Okay, it's still going south of us. It's close to the power lines. It's very close to the power lines. Yeah, okay, that's us. This is us. Okay, I was gonna drive to the south. I'll have to do that because we're facing that way. Okay, we can now hear the tornado. It is getting a lot closer to us. Okay, let's go for it. Let's go for the wee cheeky screenshots. So, it doesn't have a terribly fast ground speed. It is condensed all the way to the ground. We do have a good-sized inflow slot with rotation, so the mesocyclone is potentially looking at 120 miles an hour rotation with a tornadic distance of, you know, probably only a few tens of yards. We aren't getting pickup yet, though, on the probe, which either means it's incredibly weak or we are going to miss, which is not necessarily ideal. Yeah, the ground speed has slowed down considerably. Holy shit. And actually, it's starting to weaken up quite a fair bit. So there's our probe. I think our probe is too far to the south. I think it's moved north again, which is annoying. We do get some pickup value, but it's not great. Yeah, it was way to the north of us. So I think we can actually park here and pick up the probe. So wind speed 57 miles an hour. We're firmly in the RFD. So from my point of view, we have two options here. We either continue with this storm as it moves into the areas of stronger cape and potentially strengthens, or we shift our attention to these areas here, which is kind of almost a very much of a derecho formation, and see what it does. So I'd reckon this area has good potential for a spin-up tornado. Maybe potentially this or this area as well. Which is slightly unfortunate because if we chase this storm, we are going to lose track of a good intercept point for anything that comes out of the storm behind. And from the start of this run, I did say this was the system that we wanted to pay more attention to, purely because it was more intense. Let's just stay in position for a little bit here and see what this tornado system does, because it looks like it's weakened quite a fair bit. We're no longer condensed all the way down. So the reason why condensation is important is because tornadoes can still be very, very dangerous, even if they're not condensed all the way to the ground. Because condensation is related to the pressure within the tornado, and the stronger the tornado is, the lower the pressure that's in the core. Therefore, like, an incredibly strong tornado will always basically be condensed all the way to the ground. So I don't think this is as strong as it could be. So it may, and it was. So it may be getting itself in position to rope the fuck out, which means if I start chasing this, I might miss. I might be chasing something that is about to rope out and miss whatever goes on here. Like, this to me looks like the formation of a pretty tasty inflow slot. I wouldn't be too surprised if this starts going tornadic soon. Somewhere over here. Yeah, let's just watch and wait for a little bit. We'll do a couple of updates and see. Of course, the counterpoint is that this tornado is starting to get into that tri-point between Bakersville, Fort City, and Prairie Hills that I said was going to start intensifying tornadoes. Yeah, I really think this is going to go tornadic. So the rotation over Westport right now is deep red into white. So that's, what, 35, 70, 140 miles an hour potential for a mesocyclone. It doesn't look like it's mesocyclonic yet. It actually looks like it's occluded, which means... It looks like it was mesocyclonic and then it's occluded over, which means this is going to weaken. But yeah, this is directly west of us. This is over here. There is a little bit of low level something going on. Oh, that's pretty cool. So this is one big change the devs have made with the tornado lighting. So you can see this tornado system is now backlit, so instead of having a white color as it did when it was front lit, it's very grey, very dark in appearance. Okay, so this potential mesocyclone did occlude over, so Okay, I think we are going to chase this system here for a bit longer. We can still maneuver ourselves north if needs be, if the system unoccludes, but right now it looked like it was trying to spin itself into a mesocyclone, and then it occluded over, which is basically where the kind of rear flank downdraft kind of merges itself back into the mesocyclone, and with no clear inflow slot, it means that the rotating updraft cannot be maintained, and then the whole system weakens as a result of that. So the whole thing with a mesocyclone is it's a self-sustaining system with a rotating updraft bringing air in and up, and a rear flank downdraft bringing air down and out. So it is to a certain extent self-sustaining, and when it occludes, which mesocyclones do thankfully want to do, but when it occludes, it means you're cutting off the fuel for that self-sustaining nature. So yeah, I can't even see the part that we were very interested in. I think it's here. But yeah, it's now not doing anything interesting at all. Meanwhile, we do have a confirmed tornado over here, so let's go ahead and actually reallocate that. And it does look like it is strengthening. So unfortunately, we gambled and we lost. Based on the winds profile, I think we're going to start seeing this storm system slowly move northwards towards the south side of Bakersville. I don't at the moment foresee that it's going to hit Bakersville, but if the winds change again, it might. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Dum 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 dum. Okay, I'm slightly wary of getting into the outer fringes of this really intense area here. But you know what? The ground speed is quite low. I wonder if we can actually navigate ourselves into position in front of this. So what are we looking at here? So this is definitely moving north. I wonder if we can pull off a cheeky intercept here. So I would suggest our intercept point is probably going to be over here. Oh, this is going to be hella risky. Oh, actually, hang on. Stop. No, it's still moving. Okay. I think it's moving slow enough that we can safely get ourselves into position here. We're going to do a little bit of a cheeky handbrake turn to get ourselves... Oh no. I thought the winds had changed. I don't actually think they have. But the ground contact of this tornado is moving incredibly slowly. I actually think it's roping out. It looks like it's roping out. We'll see what this does. I am pretty confident... Actually, I think the intercept's probably going to be over here, so I think the tornado's here. We'll see. We can hear it now. It's always hard when a tornado is slow moving like this. But we'll see what the script is. It doesn't really look like we have very much in the way of... Well, this area might be trying to spin up into something. There's some good portions of rotation here, but it doesn't really look like it has a structure for anything. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Yeah, no, I was right with my original assertion. So it did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was right with the intercept point being over there. So I think the tornado is weak enough that we have missed it. Oh no, we just caught the outer fringes of it. Now, did we catch the outer fringes of it, or is it re-strengthening? Oh god, look at that view. Yeah, that is re-strengthening actually quite rapidly. Okay, so we did manage a successful intercept there. Actually, I need to be careful because we're on the outer fringes. So we're 50 miles an hour wind. The car can tolerate 100 miles an hour. Oh yeah, that's strengthening. That is re-strengthening. Of course, in real life, you would never ever do this because tornadoes can rapidly change direction and they can go back on themselves. It's rare, but it is definitely not unheard of for tornadoes to just suddenly do a little loop and go back on themselves. So you would never, ever, ever, ever want to get that close to this, to a tornado in real life. But this here is a video game, so I feel a lot more comfortable with it. Handbrake turn, because why not? And we can see we have actually very almost condensed all the way to the ground. So this tornado hasn't actually cycled once. This has been just a really long track, not particularly strong tornado. However, we are very slowly building into areas of increased cape. So we may start to see this tornado get bigger. What we're working with here. Oh, that's very almost CBDR. Let's pull forward a little bit more. So I think the corner of this tornado is here. So I think we're probably looking at here for an intercept. Ow, that's a lamppost. Yeah, okay, I want to be a little bit more forward. I actually think his ground speed just picked up a little bit. So let's get over to here. To the bushes. And we're going to turn around. Yeah, okay, that is a unit. So the tornado's really close and it's strengthening quite quickly. So this is not a direct intercept, but I will take a fringe intercept. Let's just get to a place of safety and watch the tornado go past. So this supercell here actually has quite an intense core. Looking at the rotation profile, we're what, bright red into mid green. So we're still looking at a mesocyclone with about 140 miles an hour winds. I'm slightly cautious that this area might be trying to intensify into another meso. Oh wow, okay, Jesus Christ, that's trying to go stovepipe on us. That's pretty. The ground speed is incredibly low on this tornado though. Oh wow, okay, it's moved nearly northbound. Alright, hang on. Let's go for it. Let's go for a wee cheeky screeny. Look at that. So this is rapidly becoming what we refer to as a stovepipe tornado. So I think we are currently looking at a stovepipe tornado with very considerable northerly input. Oh, actually, I say that. Nope, nope, no, no, get away, get away, get away. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're at 70 miles an hour. I may have to abandon the car. 100, yeah, abandon, abandon. Cheese it! I can't lie down in this, but I may lose the car here. Oh no, I lost me. Whee! Oh, there's the car, and there's me. Damn it! Well, we died. So, unfortunately, we get no earnings for this, because we did die. So that is unfortunate. But yeah, that, I thought that tornado was going straight north. And so I wanted to go and pick up the probe, and basically I made a grave mistake. I made a grave, grave, grave mistake. That would have been an absolute beast of a pickup if I had landed it, because the tornado was strengthening quite considerably, and looking at where I ended up with the car, that probably would have been close to a direct contact with it, so... Get dang. Yet dang. Alright, let's try that again. So we lost out on a minimum of 17,000 credits there, so we could have potentially nearly got to 150% of the you know, the tornado bucks currency that we might have ended up with. So that's slightly frustrating, but you know. Live and learn. This is a game, you're allowed to make mistakes. Okay, so let's have a look first of all. So to our north, we have what looks to be a low precipitation supercell with a farming storm system directly to the south. The Cape. Wow. Okay, so the Cape is incredible. So I think any storm system that we are going to see here is going to be incredibly powerful. Okay, as it stands right now, I think we probably want to get on the road and start traveling over here. Because we want to start traveling towards this storm system here. This might actually end up being scary because 5,000 Cape. So we were just killed by a tornado. We were just killed by a tornado that had about 1,500 Cape behind it. We're now looking at weather systems with potentially up to 5,000 Cape. That is scary. That is scary numbers. It's always hard to predict these things, but this might be absolute like wedge tornado territory. Oh, and we should probably take a look here. So, surface winds are fairly weak, coming from the southeast. Low level winds are south by southeast and 1 tick. Wow. Okay, so there is considerable mid-level shear. And there is considerable high-level shear. So yeah, we have all of the ingredients for a very, very scary tornado system. So we want to start making our way towards this. I have a feeling this is probably going to begin early and be incredibly long-tracked. The key question for us is this going to hit anything? Because I think whatever tornado drops out of here is probably going to be absolutely devastating. So the key question is it going to hit anything? Yes or no? So we're going to begin a snaking system looking for this system right in front of us. I think my graphics card is starting to max out a little bit. Let's get our strobe lights on to reflect the hazard that we are. And then we're going to come left here, because this is a bit of a dead end. I really like the inclusion of a very non-effective road system, because it makes you really have to think, particularly given how shit off-road capabilities are. It makes you really have to think about, you know, like, what do I do? Do I have to abandon this chase early to try and get a guarantee of an intercept later on? Or how do I handle this? Which is nice. It's constant, like, problem solving. Speaking of problem solving, how do I get back on the fucking road? Come on, Hibbo. Right, there we go. I do think their lightning. I think they still need some polish on their lightning engine. because their lightning engine isn't great. Lightning looks very unlightning-like. So we've just passed under a very small area of rain, fairly heavy rain. God fucking damn it, I'm all over the road. So I'm in a bit of a rough spot here. When I get to this junction, I can either take a left and go to Fort City and fuel up. But if something drops, I'm potentially going to struggle to get into the right position to intercept it. Or I take a left here and I come down here. Yeah, I think we do that actually, because that gives us slightly more wiggle room to get an intercept right. Or a potential intercept right. So this storm here is still intensifying. It's currently, you know, mid to high intense storm with, oh well, we're starting to get a picture of rotation. So we have a picture of 1530, so 60 mile an hour rotation within this storm system here. So no real significant kind of morphology appearing in it yet, but that will change in time. And unfortunately for us, if any of these other storm systems spin it up, this could be multiple devastating tornadoes. And we have seen multiple tornadoes down at once, but I've never seen twin tornadoes. So twin tornadoes is two tornadoes coming from the same mesocyclone. I don't think multi-vortex tornadoes are a thing yet. I'm not sure that satellite tornadoes are a thing yet. We are off the road, and we spun out. I think they've changed the handling physics so that you actually spin out properly. Because before you used to just start going slow if you went off-road, but now you really start spinning out. So I think we're going to get to this gas station, and then we're going to try and get down towards Bridgeton to see how this storm system develops. The problem is if I stay within this system, I'm going to be occluded, so I'm not going to be able to see tornadoes start to form. God, my voice is so rough, Jesus. How are we doing for rotation? So we're still about the same, although we're starting to get to, yeah, 20 into 5, so yeah, we're still looking about 60 miles an hour. If you wonder how I'm pulling that figure, by the way, a very quick approximation for meters per second into miles per hour is to times it by 4. So when I say we've got bright green, that's roughly -20, and dark green, that's roughly -5. So that is a difference of 15. So 15 times 4 is 60. So roughly 60 miles an hour. It's only approximate, but it's good for quick maths. Having said that, this area is probably actually starting to get some more interesting rotation to it. I'm starting to wonder if we might be chasing a bit of a red herring. How is the Cape looking? Cape is actually going to be something I want to pay attention to. So this area has an intense core, and this area has an intense core. Okay, let's get to the fuel station and fuel up, and then we'll need to make a decision on where we go to chase. So intense cores are important because a core that can erase its entire cape means that the downdraft is incredibly significant, which means you are more likely to see rotating updraft formation. Let's pop on in here and see what we can deal with. Boom. Actually, this area looks like its core is starting to weaken. This one may end up being the one to watch. It has a rotational velocity of deep red into nearly white. So I'd probably put that above the 100 miles an hour with a rather interesting core here. So this potentially could be the startings of a little something something. Yeah, so this is a rear flank downdraft. So this area could start rotating. So I think this is a weak rotating updraft slot, and then I think this is a weak anticyclonic updraft slot. It's hard to tell. But it's really, really messy. Which, if that was the case, this could be twin tornadoes, potentially, if it were to drop one. We are starting to see the core of our first system re-intensify. With rotation here. So we may see a tornado here, and we may see a tornado here. Let's just sit and watch the development of this. Tornado warning. Okay, so we did get one for down here, which is where we thought we might. Fine. Okay, let's hop in and continue our path south. So we won't be able to, so we're going through not one but two areas of intense downdraft. So I think we need to get close to Bridgeton before we'll start to see this area drop a tornado. Yeah. And I think this area is starting to lose its structure here. So yeah, I think we have a weak inflow slot, and I think this is a rotating downdraft starting to curl around. Surface of Cape. Yeah, okay. So this is the RFD. This is where I'm going to expect there to be a tornado. So I think we're going to get clear of the intense rain, and we're going to watch it come down. I think it'll come down weak, but we're going to see this quite rapidly develop. So let's see if there's any signs of a funnel. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. No funnel, but there is a tornado. We only saw it when it was backlit. Yeah, but it is there. Yeah, so it's right there, exactly where we predicted it was gonna be. Let's head down and we'll just take a quick refuel at this gas station, but it'll give us better visibility because it's outside of the area of precipitation. So at the moment the tornado isn't fully condensed, so it's a little bit hard to see at ground level. Now let's head over. Okay, let's pop on out. Yeah, okay. So effectively this here is our inflow slot. This is a rear flank downdraft. This obviously is our tornado here. The mesocyclone producing it is... what are we? Pretty much 0. So we're probably looking at about only 20 miles an hour, 20 meters per second. So the meso is still weak. Yeah, it's still very weak. We're starting to see a few more cores open up. So here, here, and here. Very slow moving. But with the amount of cape that we have on display, actually the cape has worn off quite significantly. I was going to say, with the amount of cape that we have on display, with the potential to see this strengthen quite a lot, which to be fair we still do, but we're not as purple as we were. Purple is scary. Purple is a very scary color. And actually we're starting to see the core. So our tornado is currently here. So I think we're probably going to be close to here for our intercept. So let's take a left here. So... oh, actually, maybe it's closer to here, actually. Fine, let's just recheck our numbers. Boom, boom. Yeah, okay, fine. So basically exactly where I thought. So we're going to get to the corner of this road, and we're going to try and get ourselves into a bit of an intercept position. So these reports only stay down for, what, 2.5 minutes? So in 2.5 minutes, it's only moved that far. So I think we're probably going to see it take 2.5 minutes to here. So we're probably looking at about 5 minutes before it reaches this intercept point. God fucking damn it. What? Is that another tornado in the distance? I doubt it. Because there's nothing else that's tornado warned. So tornado is currently here. Oh, it roped that. Okay, tornado roped that. Alright. So is this tornado rope out, or is it likely to be cycling? Well, we can see the rotation has basically stopped. We've gone from just over 100 miles an hour to, let's call it 20. So yeah, we're now under 100 miles an hour rotation. So that was a very short-lived mesocyclone. It didn't occlude over itself. I mean, it is still there. So this is the core of the meso. Let's just keep our eye out for a funnel cloud, because this could still cycle and re-strengthen. While we're here, let's look at the maps and see if there's any other interesting areas. So actually, this area may be trying to form. Because if this potentially is a new RFD, this could be a new inflow slot. So this area here might go tornado warned. We've got nothing happening over here. Yeah, okay, I'm not really sure I'm seeing anything of interest here. Until the tornado warning disappears, I think we're just going to keep our eyes peeled for a potential new tornado coming down. But we've got a new core here. I think this RFD is going to spin out and we're not going to see anything from this. I think this might end up increasing into a significant inflow area. I've been wrong before. Let's see. So I think this area is going to... Yeah. Okay, we've got nothing for the minute. Do you know what? My guy's gonna go and get dry. I'm gonna go get another drink, actually. I'm gonna... Since we're in a bit of an intermission between things, yeah, I'm gonna get a drink.
I have a question. How much rope do you get through?
Leave me alone, Esper. Don't bully me like this.
God, Patty, wake the fuck up and start yelling at me already, would you?
That might be one of my favorite sentences I've ever heard.
If he actually starts yelling at me, he's in for a fucking surprise.
Oh, fucking hell, I just shot his childhood memories clean out of that man's head. Fuck me.
Some nice screenshots from the camp and various conversations.
Wait, what? Charles's face? What the fuck happened to Charles's face? Why is it... It looks like he's got a green fucking face under on. Okay. Ooh, fuck dick! Ah! That camera's just appear out of fucking nowhere. I don't know what he was doing. Every time I look away from him, he just bounces. Wait, it's me! It's...
Alrighty, hello, welcome back. Okay, so the area that we were watching has just gone back into a tornado warning. Not the area that I was thinking, which is now up here. But this area has just gone tornado warned again. So I wonder if we can see this coming down. Oh yeah, there we go, funnel cloud. So there is our funnel cloud. Ryan, thank you so much for the follow. We just cut to a break when the follow came through, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good night. I'm still ill, but struggling to survive and all that noise. So we now have a new funnel cloud from this area here. And a new tornado warning. So we need to try and get into position to intercept it, which is probably going to be over here. So what we'll do is we'll stop for fuel at the gas station that's up here. Oba. And then we will drive through the center of this supercell. Now the problem with driving through the center of the supercell means that we're not going to be able to keep track on the tornado because the rain downpour is just going to be too much for us to last. Well, too much for us to be able to see. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell this is a tornado from here. Oh, I just caught a glimpse of it through there, so it's over there. Fine. Okay, we're gonna have to just cut through the worst of this storm. So I think this is here, so I think we need to get here, and this is gonna be our rough intercept point. I need my headlights on so I can see, and let's up the window wipers. So our hail shield will help protect the car somewhat, but only somewhat. And we have no idea where this tornado is. I think it's here. I think it's about probably here-ish. They are working on an update for the resolution of the radar images to make it slightly easier to spot tornadoes and make it a lot more realistic. Ow, god damn it. But for just now, we're not there yet. So we have to make do with the old system. So currently driving through the hill. I kind of want to get, so this is where I think the intercept point is going to be, but I want to get slightly south of that into the clear so we can see the tornado. Looking at the Cape map, there is a potential for this tornado to go quite strong. The mesocyclone velocity is probably about 140 miles an hour. I just took a very rough Hail Mary at that. Velocity, so bright green into dark red, so 25. Yeah, okay, so the meso's about 100 miles an hour, actually. 100 to 120 miles an hour, I would reckon. No sign of the tornado so far, but we're still driving through the thick of it. Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh, found a tornado. Okay, this I think is our intercept point, so let's stop here and have a little look-see-see. So here, into here, into here, into here. So I think it's going to be slightly further down this road. Actually, that looks okay. Winds could still change, but that looks okay. If anything, it's moving slightly northbound for us. Yeah, okay, so let's actually reverse back a little bit. Let's throw it back. So our escape direction will remain in front of us if the tornado is starting to curl northbound. Let's see what we're doing here. Yeah, so we can see that debris cloud is still moving to the north. Fine, so we're not there yet. I'm not sure I like this with the lip. This is super fucking risky. This is super risky because with the lip of this, I can barely see the tornado. Nah. Okay, I can see the tornado, it's still moving north. So it's here-ish. This is super risky. Super risky. Oh wow, I've got no LOS on this tornado at all. I need some lightning to light it up. That was behind me. Of course, it could rope out. That might be it there. It's really hard to tell. No, I've got nothing. I do not have a single bead on this tornado. I wonder if it's moved southbound again. Rain here is too heavy for us to really tell where it is. Fuck it, let's start heading south and see where we come out. Because I think if we get back to that road junction, we'll probably have a better idea of where the tornado is. Oh, there is no tornado anymore. It must have roped out. Huh. Okay. Well. So I would expect it to be about here-ish now. But yeah, even with lightning backlighting it, I do not see a tornado at all. I'm curious as to what this area to the south is gonna do. Ow, god damn it. Yeah, we should theoretically be right in front of the tornado, but there's literally nothing here. I think it's roped out, huh? This has been like the wildest red herring. So much cape, but so little tornado. Alright, I think we cut our losses, and I think we cut across to this area here. I don't think there's a tornado here at all. The only caveat might be there might be a funnel cloud that starts to come down. So this tornado has been cycling up and down quite a fair bit, which I think is the source of the confusion with all of this. So let's head into an area with better visibility for us, and then we'll reevaluate the situation. So this is still a pretty interesting inflow slot here. This is the RFD, but there's just no horizontal rotation. Tornado warning has ended, surprising no one. Fine, so we're parked off-road. Not really any signs of anything at all. So the rotation within this RFD here is 5 to 15, so we're looking only about 60 miles an hour of rotation around about here. Which means it is rotating, but it's just not, it's not significant. Over here, I wonder if we need to get down to Bridgetown, because this is closer to 80-100 miles an hour. Oh, never mind. Chase ends. Okay. Wow. I was so sure that was going to be a series of devastating tornadoes, and it just did not appear. It just did not materialize at all. We had the cape potential, but we just did not have that horizontal rotation potential to generate those spicy tornadoes, so wah. Okay, that wasn't entirely great. Okay, let's polish off a quick 30-second break, and we'll load up another round. Every time I look away from this, he just starts fucking. He started bouncing on the table. I don't know why, but my vision is controlling this right now. Every time I look away from him, he's just up in the air. This is the most fucking fun I've had.
What the fuck?
Hoorah!
Hoorah! That's the Marines. We're the Army.
What the? What does the army say?
Fuck.
Fuck.
Ah, fuck!
Ah, fuck.
Wait. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
It's okay, I'm so sorry.
Dude, that fucking.
You guys, no fighting yet. No fighting yet. Hold on, look.
Alrighty, we are back. Let's go for another chase and see what the script is. Why not? Why not? Why not? So unfortunately for us, because we didn't get in the intercept and there were so few tornadoes to report, we only got about 1,000 dealers to add to our total, which is not great in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately. But we'll need to see what the next chase holds for us. We were so hopeful for that one, but yeah, it just didn't pan out into anything spicy. Okay, let's see where we are. So we're starting up at Hopfield. It looks like we have just some high level cloud cover over to the east. This doesn't really have your characteristic anvil shapes. This is a bit of an interesting storm cloud we've got to our southeast. There is some rotation in this system here. Looking at the Cape potential, not bad, actually, not bad. Not great, not terrible. There is some low-level wind shear. Oh, lots of medium-level wind shear. And a shit ton of high-level wind shear. We have a core over here. So this area is downpouring so hard that it is breaking through the Cape. Let's get down to this junction here and see what the script is, I think. And then we can take it from there. So let's go and put our lights on. Let's put our antennas on. Let's put our headlights on. Let's praise our little raccoon. And we're gonna head out onto the main road. And we'll join the highway south. There is a kind of rural junction, which is where we're probably going to end up. We'll just need to see how the storm progresses as we get closer to it. So it's this area down here that is of particular concern that we want to try and get ourselves to. Yeah, we'll just need to see how it goes. So at the moment, it's the tail end of this south storm that looks like it has the most kind of shape formation. You can see it starting to elongate, potentially rotate. Although the rotation has just worn off a little bit. So basically we have two areas of storm. One of them is basically coming straight towards us, but that is the less significant of the two systems. And then there's another one heading east towards Westport, which it gets a bit messy to say. Yeah, let's just get to this little bridge here and have a little evaluation of what it is we're looking at. Okay, so we're coming into the outer fringes of the rain. Fine. So you can see here, like, this area to the south is the one with the most intensity. And actually, now that we're a bit closer, we can start to see that anvil formation, where the cape is pushing the air up, and then it's kind of coming in front of the storm. Which isn't something we particularly saw before. So this sail to the east is not particularly intense, but this one to the south is interesting. However, this one to the north probably has the more rotation. So right now the rotation is deep red into bright green, so let's call that 100 miles an hour of rotation here. So if this is an inflow slot and we describe this as an RFD, which kind of, it's trying to be an RFD, but currently isn't. But this could be spinning up into the star. This could be a juvenile mesocyclone here. Boom. Yeah, I think this is a juvenile mesocyclone. Looking here, this just looks like a messy storm front. But yeah, I think although this area is more intense, I get the weird feeling this area here is the most likely to become mesocyclonic. Yeah. This area here wants to be an RFD so bad, but currently isn't. You can see it's trying to eat its way through its cape. And then you've got this rotating updraft area here. Let's see what this says. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so I think the velocity is going to start. So we're now bright green into deep red. Okay. Fine. So I think this is now established into an RFD, and this kind of almost looks like a J-hook shape. Normally the RFD is perpendicular to the direction of travel, whereas this way it's kind of like parallel, but that isn't mutually exclusive. So where is it? It's kind of... Yeah, so I think this, what we're looking at here, is the startings of our little mesocyclone. Having said that, this might also be trying to go mesocyclonic as well. Yeah, okay, so that's also an RFD. Yeah, so that's an RFD. With a velocity profile of bright green into... Yeah, okay, so this is fine. Fine. So I now think this one is starting to fizzle out a little bit more. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to achieve an intercept on this south system if it does go tornadic. I think even if this system goes tornadic, I might actually have to get to this road here. I'll need to see it. Let's wait for this next update and see where it goes. So this is a definite an RFD. But I think it is starting to lose its rotational momentum. And this is starting to pick it up. So this is now bright green. So let's call it 20. Yeah, okay. I want to get them to Westport. Let's try and get over. Okay, let's try and get over to this new intercept point. it would be really funny, and I know I'm kind of going to show my age here, but it would be really funny if this game was like kind of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2, where it was kind of like semi-open world with police cars that were just stationed everywhere, and you could start chasing all the race cars. Because right now you can just ignore the highway code with no penalty, and I'm pretty sure I remember the devs saying that they have no plans for including like AI vehicles or anything like that. Yeah, we're in a hailstorm here, but I think this place is losing its shape, whereas this is gaining it. So this is an RFD with a clear inflow slot now, so I think we need to race to try and get ahead of this. I think this is now a supercell. So Westport has a supercell directly overhead. So let's try and get to Bakersville, and then we'll try and cut down to intercept it. God, this car does not want to turn sometimes. God damn it. Oh, having said that, with this recent update, it looks like this one to the south has also lost its shape. I mean, it still has a lot of rotation to it, but one way or the other, I need to get out of the core of this storm. Okay, we're coming up on the junction on the right, but it is a dirt track, so it might be easy to miss. So it's somewhere here. Yeah, here it is. So no tornado warnings yet. So if this is the remnants of that RFD, if this strengthens, we could be looking at a tornado down here coming east by northeast. Potentially. I still think we need to get to Bakersville, one way or the other. Because even if this area goes tornadic before this one does, we can still use the road there to get north, to get to an intercept point. So I think whichever storm system it is that goes tornadic first, I think we still need to get to Bakersville to give us the best options. One, of visibility of it, and two, for the best possible chance of an intercept. Oh, nice clouds over there. Yeah, I can feel my frame rate starting to slow down a little bit. It's only when you're in, like, you're not in the thick of storms, where your visibility is over the longest distance, that the game starts chugging its frame rates a little bit. This is a really windy road, god dang. I wonder if they'll ever, like, add in a rally car. Fine. So I still think this area south of Bakersville is probably the one to watch. This system to the north does definitely have a bit more shape to it now, with a pretty clear RFD area and a rotating updraft area. This is a supercell. I'm pretty confident to say that. It's probably 10 into minus 15. So this is probably a 100-mile-an-hour rotating supercell. But this one here, I think, is the one to watch, because this is blue into red. So I think this is probably 120 mile an hour plus supercell. It's still over Westport, so its ground speed is still incredibly slow. So I think we'll use this time to fuel up in Bakersville, and then we'll yeet down this road towards Westport and try and see what we can come up with. God, Bakersville town planning is like such an eccentric little rural town. Okay, alright. The frame rates are not happy with me. Let's put it back down to quality. Because I think that kept us pretty good at, yeah, that's better. That's much better. Okay, fine. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Alright, let's refuel at Bakersville and then get ready to go and intercept this now tornado-worn supercell to the south. That's fence. God damn it. I'm really quietly pleased with myself about how many of these calls I'm getting right. So, for context, although I am not a, practicing meteorologist or any of that, that shit, when I was at university, I spent 2 years, studying meteorology as an out subject. My educational background is physics, without subjects in meteorology and, kind of geophysics, atmospherics, dynamics, and all of that hot spicy noise. So I'm quite, although I haven't studied in a long time, I'm not entirely clueless when it comes to the way that the atmosphere interacts with itself, both in terms of the processes and dynamics of physics, but also meteorology as well. But even still, after all this time, to be getting as much right as I have been, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so there may be a tornado on the ground down here, but we don't see where it is. We want to get to about here to get a good LOS on any potential tornado. Right now we are looking through the core of the storm, so we are not going to see a tornado. In the past you would, but with the new updates that the game has brought to itself, we are not going to see the tornado through all this. So, this is kind of, from our perspective right now, this is what we would describe as like a rain rat tornado from our point of view. So I think it's probably here. Opa. Actually, I think I can see it. I think I can just make it out. Yeah, I can. There it is. So that is a definite tornado on the ground. Let's head down to the next junction here and start plotting ourselves a little intercept. And then we can see about backtracking up this road into the correct intercept position. So I think the correct intercept position is probably about here. But because we are within the core of the storm, we're just... fuck, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, because it's in the core of the storm, we are not going to be able to see it. So there we go. So this is our rear flank downdraft here, with a pretty tasty looking inflow slot. And actually, the Weather Center is predicting that this storm is going to start moving to the south. So there we go. There's our tornado. We can just see it on the ground here. So I should be able to report this now. Yeah, there we go. So let's keep tabs on the core of the tornado. So it's coming mostly towards us with a little bit of a south component, which is exactly what the weather service was predicting. Let's try and get to this potential intercept point, and we'll just sit there for a minute and see what the tornado does. So the tornado is about to come into the area of High Cape. So that might spicing things up a little bit. Oh yeah, and we can see the tornado is now moving quite hella south. Slowly but surely. Nothing else going on in this storm. So if we say a tornado is currently... So I think the tornado is probably coming down this way. Let's just get to this area here and see where we are. Actually, the ground speed of this tornado is actually pretty fast, so I think we want to get to the next junction quite quickly. Because I do not want to get caught out with this, I guess my one criticism about the graphical update is that the tornadoes still look pretty ethereal. Oh wow, that's coming straight for us, probably slightly backwards. So this tornado is a very high ground speed tornado. Yeah, it's still backwards a bit more. So south is going to be our escape direction. Okay, let's see how we're looking here. Oh, that's widening. That is strengthening rapidly. Holy shit. Well, we might die here. This is a problem. But if we do die, at least I'm gonna get some banging screenshots. Yeah, okay, that is a stovepipe tornado. We're gonna get out of here. So the tornado's about halfway across the field. I think if even if the tornado changes direction now, fine. Fine. I do not want to be where this tornado is. We've already died once. I don't necessarily want to die again. Wow, look at that. God, that is a fucking unit of a tornado. Oh shit, is that CBDR? That might be that might have moved to the south. I want to get back on this road. Fuck. I think the tornado has just deflected significantly south. Okay, this is a scary tornado. Holy shit, look at the size of that. God dang it, son. Fucking hell. Okay, so our probe is getting pickup. So remember, the strongest probe pickup we've seen on this stream is 6,700. We're now at 9,000. We're now at 10,000. Do I hear 12? Holy shit. Yeah, fucking dang. God, that is a monster. We were just shy of 12,000 there. Holy shit, and look at that fucking inflow slot. So this is the RFD now, so the tornado is currently here. So yeah, that might have been a direct intercept. And that is a strong tornado. So what are we? We are blue into bright red. So the mesocyclone is currently 4590. So the mesocyclone on its own is approximately 180 miles an hour. So just shy of 200 miles an hour is the mesocyclone. Holy shit. That is a fucking monster. Jesus Christ. Let's start uploading this data. Oh, the hail's starting. Thankfully, hail can't kill you, but it can do serious damage. So the thing that's worrying me just now is this monster tornado is heading straight for Prairie Hills. So this could cause devastating damage if it is still that strong and hits Prairie Hills. Holy shit. This could potentially be a bit monstrous. Having said that, the Mezzo does look like it's weakened slightly. Oh wow, look at that fucking tornado, Jesus Christ. Fine, so we're probably about here now. I think if we're lucky, it is going to pass to the south of Prairie Hills. But yeah, that is a beast. If the game included such things, and had better resolution on its radar, we would probably see a significant tornado debris signature from this. Good lord, that is a monster. We have a new tornado warning for the town of Prairie Hills. Jesus, that is a beast. So I think our intercept point is going to be here. Within Prairie Hills. Yeah, you could see when we were getting ready to place that probe, you could see how quickly it started widening, how quickly it started strengthening. That was a very, very scary progression of this tornado. So I've kind of lost track of the shape of it. Just in case we do not get the chance to get fuel anytime soon, let's go ahead and fill up in this outer pump here. And let's go... Oh. There we go, there's the tornado sirens. So I think the tornado's in here. I think it's now curled northbound. I'm not sure. I might just do documenting because I'm not sure that I want to risk another intercept with this tornado. Purely because of how difficult its location is going to be to track. So the Prairie Hills tornado siren is now going off. Oh shit, there's a tornado. Stop. Oh, it's coming right towards us. Yeah. Yep. That's trees. I need to go northbound. I need to go northbound and not be here. Oh shit, that tornado got a lot closer than I wanted it to. The good news is it looks like it's weakened significantly, but you can see it is picking up trees. It is definitely, actually, factually picking up trees. Beans. Okay, we're in the core of the storm again. So we do lose track of the tornado slightly. Make sure there's no other tornadoes. God, that is another extreme pickup. Look how intense this is. So in terms of rotation, the storm has weakened significantly. But yeah, that was a pretty... Where's our probe? Our probe's down here. So we can see we've got debris, but no debris here. So this was very, very close to, if not a direct hit from this tornado. Oh, Jesus. Where even is it? Did it rope out? Huh. I wonder if it roped out. Let's go quickly check for damage. Because all good storm chasers put life first over pictures. So I think it very quickly roped out. But just in case it didn't, let's head down this little side street here and see if there's any damage. So within Prairie Hills. So there's a water tower here which looks largely intact. Yeah, there's no overt damage. So I think this roped the fuck out. Which is probably lucky because, well, there are still some industrial units over here. I think it went straight over this. I think the tornadic part of this storm straight lined over here. So let's take a left and a left, and we'll see what the script is. But yeah, that was 2 amazing intercepts, and possibly at least 1 direct hit from that tornado. Have I got my headlights on? I do. Okay, so this is the foot part of Prairie Hills. I don't see any significant damage, which is definitely a good thing. This area hasn't gone tornado warned, which makes me think the tornado is no longer on the ground. Let's just check down the main street and make sure there's no obvious damage, because I think the tornado would have passed down here if it was still on the ground. But my current thinking is that the tornado lifted as it crossed this road. Yeah, that probably saved the main street of Prairie Hills. Okay, we actually have some pretty good visibility here. Yeah, there's no sign of anything, is there? So based on the velocity profile, I think this is probably where the tornadic part of this supercell is. And I think there is big potential for this to re-strengthen. So let's head onto the highway and try and get ourselves to the south of Eastern Falls. Because we can see the skies are doing a lot of funny things in front of us. So I think the tornadic part of this storm system is currently here. And we don't see it doing anything dramatic, which is at least good. So let's slow down here and get ready to join onto our motorway junction. We will need to pass through the absolute core of this storm, which means we're probably going to see some torrential hail. Let's just sense check there's nothing tornadic going on that we're about to drive into. No funnel clouds, no tornadoes, nothing of any particular interest. So this here to the south is the RFD, and it looks like we have an occluded intake, an occluded updraft, but we do still have a live updraft. We have no anticyclonic updraft, so when you start to see an anticyclonic updraft coming in at this angle, that's when you can tell the supercell is starting to weaken, but we don't have that yet. So right now we do have the potential for this storm system, oh Jesus Christ, We do have the potential for this storm system to re-strengthen into a little something something. Yeah, the velocity map is still about 140 miles an hour, I would estimate. God, I'm good. God, I'm good at what I do. I'm good at what I do. So the rotating updraft and the RFD have a velocity difference, right? Fuck. God damn it. They have a velocity difference of deep red into bright blue. So probably looking at about 150 miles an hour. So our monster tornado was a 180 miles an hour supercell. So we're slightly weaker than that, but we do still have the potential for a pretty chesty tornado. I'm glad that medical bills aren't a thing in this game, because if medical bills were a thing in this game, God, I would be fucked. So, and only because of the way the highway system works, we kind of need to get all the way to here, off, back, and down. So the tornado potentially is here. We don't see it. But we'll keep our eye out. So we're now ahead of the core of the storm. No clear signs of the tornado yet, but there probably wouldn't be. I wish at 120 miles an hour I could, like, Dukes of Hazzard style. Actually, can I just Dukes of Hazzard style get up here? Ow. Okay, that was not the strat. Okay, alright, fine, I'll do it properly. I'll do it properly. Fuck you, video game. So the tornado is currently, I think, where my map marker is. I think it's probably about here now, so I think we're probably looking at an intercept point here-ish. Do we actually have anything? Yeah, there's a tornado there. Really, really hard to see through the core of the rain, but there is a definite tornado there. If the thunder had backlit it a little bit more, you guys probably would have been able to see it, but I think things being the way that they are, probably not. Righty, let's hook a right and then a right, and let's try and get into our final intercept position of this tornado. Oh yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we see it, 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 we see it. I can actually report that now. So the tornado is actually probably there to there. Ooh, actually this intercept might be... This intercept might end up being around about here. So it's okay, maybe not actually. It's moving, it is moving to our left. So we're going to try and hold on to an intercept spot. Its ground speed is fast enough, I don't think we'll make an intercept here. But let's see what it does. And see if we can intercept it along this path. Let's see how we're looking here. So it's curling southbound to us. Still. So tornadoes here. I think this is where the tornado is. I think it's probably... Oh, that's messy. So the one problem you have, and this is true of real life, once you start getting too close to the radar station, being able to track tornadoes gets incredibly messy. I do not see this tornado at all. Got a brief glimpse of it. That was a lightning strike. You see, with how many points we've got, I am unwilling to try and blindly position myself in front of this tornado. I don't see any signs of it at all. But yeah, this 0.3 update has really well and truly illustrated just how dangerous tornadoes actually are. Apparently there's another funnel cloud somewhere. Oh, and that's all the way down here. Yeah, dang. So there might be... Okay, alright, okay. So there's a non-zero chance that the tornado that was about here occluded, and then at this part of the RFD it is now dropping another tornado. So let's try and get out of the storm system and climb this hill a ways, and we'll see what we we'll see if there's one more intercept in us for today's stream. I mean, I say one more intercept in us. We still have another chase after us, after this one. Unless we die very quickly, in which case it might be two more streams. That, by the way, is the first time I have ever died standing. Oh wow, okay, hang on, that's a tornado. So wait, is that one in the same? Oh, okay, so it's traveling northbound. So it's coming up here. Actually, that's fairly strong. So that is coming here. Did we just see another tornado warning? No. Okay, let's get towards this billboard, and I think we're probably gonna end up seeing another... Okay, so let's hold on to this here. So the column of the tornado is on the left side of the wheel, and that is pretty determinedly CBDR. Yeah, we're pretty happy with that one. I wonder, is there any screenshot potential here? No, not really. It's a bit of a shit view of a tornado. Okay, it's powerful. And it's coming straight for us. Okay, my options for getting out of the way of this tornado are pretty limited, so I'm going to put the probe down here. Because it's strengthened quite a lot. And we can see it's already within the woodland, so it's currently here. So yeah, I don't actually have that much opportunity to get out of here. So let's just go up the hill and watch the tornado approach. It's kind of all we can do, really. We may get another intercept. I have the weird feeling this is probably going to fizzle out before that, though. Actually, the cape profile is not bad. Maybe not. So there is our tornado. Yeah, this is another thick boy, Jesus. What is, what's the, so minus 25 into probably, ooh, actually, we're probably looking at 40, 80, probably looking at over 150 miles an hour meso profile for this. So tornado is currently here. So I think we're probably tracking for close to another direct strike. Let's report it. Yeah, okay, so almost exact. Okay, so if I go here, fine. Okay, that's not a direct strike, but that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Oh no! It's weakening. It's rapidly weakening. Ooh. Actually, that looks like it might have shifted to the south a bit more. I'm gonna drive up this hill a bit more. Because after the amount of intercepts that we've got, so for clarity, we currently have 50,000 points, and I think we have picked up 20,000 points from this run alone. Oh yeah, that's maybe a bit closer than I would like. Yeah, do you know what? Let's continue up this hill. So I think it's actually started curling a little bit more to the south. So I think we might actually be in the prime place for getting up another probe pickup. So there's our probe there. Oh yeah, that's look at that. That's nearly a direct hit. That is nearly a direct hit. Oh. But yeah, we've got no pickup points. Yeah, so I was right, by the way. So this is a tornado here. So the tornado actually passed where we were parked. Unfortunately, we didn't get the probe pickup. But, we did thankfully have the sense to realize that the tornado had shifted significantly to the south and get out of harm's way. So that is a pretty good run in my book, to be honest. Alright, I think we start heading up this hill. We'll try and get out of the worst of the tornado, and we'll just keep track of it, really. So yeah, tornado's here now. So yeah, we did a good job getting the fuck out of Dodge. That could have killed us. All right, and I guess we're just gonna park here because there's not gonna be any other tornadoes spawning after this now. And we have 6 more pictures to use. So let's go ahead and try and use them up before... Oh, wow. I forget you can waste them. But let's go try and use them up before the storm chase ends. Oh, we've had another significant direction shift to the south. Need to wait about 2 minutes before you're allowed to take a picture in the same location. Oh, more trees. More trees getting damaged. Yeah, you can't just infinite money the your tornado pictures, unfortunately. They're still going. But there's no roads out this way, so there's no possibility of an intercept. Okay, well, we're basically just waiting for this tornado to fizzle out, and then we'll get to finish this level. The good news is that we do escape with our life. The good news is we're going to get a very big haul from this, which I like. Oh, the winds have just shifted to the north again. Yeah, this is a good run for us. A very good run for us. So tornado's currently here. Bam 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 bam. Da di da da. Da 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 da. Ja 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 da 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 da. Okay, one more picture for good measure. I might be able to get off one more report. The good news is that once the tornado gets off map, the chase ends. So the tornado's currently here, so it's almost off map. So we're almost done, folks. Cool. Yeah, so we can see how this tornado cycled quite a fair bit. I wonder if we can get one more report in. Come on, give me one more report. Give me that sweet, sweet points. Yes. Yeah, so all the way over there on the very edge of the map. Might be able to get one more photo in and then the storm will end. Or the chase will end. Perfect. So yeah, even if the tornado's down, I think once it goes off the map, then the chase ends. I think. I'm about 3% sure. Oh, god damn it. Next thing you know, we'll see this storm start producing a tornado. I don't think it will, though. This chase has gone on long enough. I mean, I say that, but there is a good bit of rotation towards the south. Oh my god! There's a new tornado warning. There's a new tornado warning for right in front of us. Well, okay. Alright, the chase ain't over, folks. So the only problem is because of the amount of distortion, I think this is our inflow here. There's a funnel cloud. Oh fuck, that is coming right for us. That funnel cloud is incredibly close to us. And I think it's coming right towards us. Alright, well here was me expecting the chase to be over. And it absolutely is not. Okay, I need to not be here. The ground speed of this is phenomenal. I don't think this is a tornado, but if it goes... Oh, it's a tornado. Oh, please tell me I don't die here. Oh, it's so close to us. It's so close to us, guys. Oh, God. I cannot die here. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Jen. Hi, Jen. Jesus Christ, that is panic. Oh, my fucking God. I could have clenched you a diamond. That came... Like, I heard the wind start to pick up. And I was like, yeah, the ground speed of that funnel cloud is so close to us. Jesus Christ. That was my last picture. Yeah, that was my last picture. Wow. Holy shit, that came out of nowhere and could have killed us. So yeah, remember that really strong tornado that we opened today's stream with? That was 6,700, and this tornado that very almost ended our life is 7,000. Oh fuck, come back, come back, come back, come back. No, not again! Not again. Okay, there we go. God, Jesus Christ, that was so fucking lucky. Ma'am. Yeah, we panicking, Jen. There's a parking brake for a reason. Parking brakes for pussies. Okay, Jesus Christ. I would have been so tilted if we died because of that tornado. Yeah, I would have been really tilted if we died because of that tornado. Holy shit, that was ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Well, the good news is that is another 7,000 intercept points. So yeah, we must be close to 100,000 because of this chase. God damn, that was fucking wild. How are you doing, Jen? How are we doing? Also, do you like my new setup? You can see my display cabinets behind. Where's the reflectivity profile? Jesus Christ. You've been playing GTA RP again? Yeah, you told me about your GTA RP. Talk your friends into getting Peak. Oh, Peak is amazing. We've been playing Peak. We'll probably be playing some Peak tonight, actually. Not on stream, obviously, but when my American friends wake up, we'll probably be playing some Peak. Okay, I wanted to try and get into a position where I could potentially see this turtle. There it is. There it is. Hey, little nado. Oh, I don't have any more pictures. God damn it. Alright, let's try and get one more report in for the extra points. Boom. And now, fingers crossed. This is it. This is the end of the chase. God, that was terrifying. We were right underneath that funnel cloud, and it was coming towards us so quickly. I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. Sorry, if I sound a little bit more gravelly than normal, it's because I'm ill. I'm fighting a cold. Okay, so we're just waiting on this storm system from getting off the map now. And now, fingers crossed, there's gonna be no more tornadoes. God dang. God, that was so messy. We don't even see the tornado anymore. You sound fine to me. I don't feel fine. I feel like my voice box is... Didn't you worry? Do you like my certified shaggin' wagon? Look at it! There's a little hail shield and this little weather station. You're just a little guy. Okay, the tornado must be off the map now because chase ends. Oh, fuck yeah. Guys, we survived! Wait, how did we only earn 33,000? What? So apparently we didn't actually get a direct hit from the tornado, but the maximum wind speed that we recorded was 278 miles an hour. Hang on a minute. Where's the internet? Where is the internet? So what? 280 miles, roughly 280 miles an hour. Yeah, okay, so if that had hit something, that would have been an F5 tornado. So an F5 tornado is above 200 miles an hour. Jesus. Okay. Wow. So that more than, well, actually that very almost doubles the amount of points that we already had. So that was cray cray. That was absolutely cray cray. Okay, speaking of pain and suffering, and the pain and suffering that my throat's in, I'm gonna go have a quick bathroom break to go and pump my my anesthetic spray. And then we're going to do one more tornado chase, and then we're gonna raid out. So I'll see you on the other side of a couple of minutes break.
I'm back here.
Did we get him?
Oh yeah, we got them. They're all in Sissiko.
Really?
No. It's fine. Listen.
See if he notices us coming. Stealth is made a lot harder by the fact that you're following me, you dick. So this is what we're looking at here. Could the game be quiet for 2 seconds and let me fucking talk?
No.
Stop the zombie apocalypse! I want to talk about paddle steamers!
Putting the right choice on you, but she's probably doing it with the right intention.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening in this?
No, the marker. Forward your train. For you, I will follow the marker.
Right, let's...
Right. A slight fire situation. We can deal with that.
Let me see. What is it you need again? We need a hamburger, 2 cheeseburgers. Okay.
I'm just putting out all the fires. Dude, I can't deal with the fire.
Are you okay there?
No! I threw a burger patty on the floor and I set the universe on fire. Okay, we get you. We get. Oh fuck! Ah! Shit! Right in the wing. Okay, if I can keep. Oh, well, that's a problem. Okay, GG, it's over.
Rifle's dry.
Well, why don't you moisten it up a bit, son?
You could not have worded that any worse. What the fuck?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I might have fucked up here. I might be about to die.
Genuinely.
Sense, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Burn
Everything's
it until
fine.
it burns! Hi. Oh no! It's a bit. Oh! It's gonna. Oh! It's destroyed the fucking house! Oh buggeration! Well.
But don't get hit by debris. Oh god. Oh my god.
Yeah,
it all just embedded into the. Wow, that actually almost hit you.
It's fine. It's fine. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. We're fueled by hope, prayers, and good music.
So you prefer your foot massages without the oils?
There's no fucking foot massages.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's right. There's no foot massages. Vengeance! No!
Oh my god, they look at who's talking.
Yes, they did.
They. What
Sorry.
the fuck? I came back like 30 seconds ago to tell.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Okay, I didn't mean to scream in your ear, but
Yeah, what happened was Taylor looking at someone who was talking and then immediately turned, looked at fucking Sneak, and went,
Can we handbrake this with all the people inside? Oh, fuck yeah, we can. Fuck yeah. See, like, look at that, look at that. Perfect dodge. I had no idea it was coming. You can't be afraid of what you don't know is coming. Woo! Never mind.
I used to do for killing.
Wait. Alrighty, we are back. We are just getting ready to start up our final chase of today. I'll try and get the explanation done before we go to a bit of an ad break. I do, as always, apologize for the ads. They are part of the Twitch mandated experience, unfortunately. But sticking around for them does help support the channel, as well as Twitch itself, and also keeps me TOS compliant, which means I can keep streaming. So, as much as I do apologize for the ads, you know, I much appreciate your patience in sticking around. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Jen. I've been fighting this for a few days now. Okay, so we are here in Westport. So we have some storm systems that are fucking off into the middle distance, which we hopefully don't have to worry about. We have a bit of an interesting formation over here, which might come to fruition. We have a low precipitation supercell system here directly to the west. Looks like it is moving west, moving northeasterly. But our main one is we have a high precipitation supercell system coming in from the southwest, moving northeast. So looking on the map, let's see what we are looking like here. So already we have a centralized core with quite significant rotation
So mid-red into blue. So the rotation going on here is probably already about 100 and, well, what we're looking at, probably 40. So 80, 100, probably 150 miles an hour rotation around about here. Looking at our advanced products, the Cape picture is pretty sizable actually. Surface level winds are northbound and slow. Low level wind shear is pretty significant out where the storm is, but then there's a gap of no low level wind shear, and then it starts to increase as we head further eastward. There is incredible mid-level wind shear and incredible high-level wind shear as well. So we have a very spicy set of ingredients for tornado formation, in particular from this storm system here. So let's get on board the shaggin' wagon, and let's go ahead and get our headlights on, let's get our window wipers on, let's get our strobe lights on. So I feel ideally we want to get down towards Fort City before this the storm starts coming to a head. So let's start migrating south. We'll head over onto the turnpike and head south. And we'll try and race this storm. Well, actually, where's the core going? Yeah, okay. I think we're probably gonna want to be on this road. Yeah, so let's just head south. Also, let's take the British approach to the American road system. Yeah, I'm just looking at the downpour columns over here, and Jesus Christ, that is going to be quite interesting to have to deal with. So at the moment, it's not carrying any particular defined shape. It actually looks like it's lost some of the rotation that it carried. No, get back on the tarmac. There we go. Yeah, so it looks like it's lost some of its rotation. I think it's lost some of its rotation, but as a counterance to that, it does seem to be trying to develop itself a little bit more. So looking at the map here, it looks like for the rotation that the core has lost, this has started to develop into a rear flank downdraft. You can see the way that it has just demolished the available cape that's there. So that would make this the beginning of an inflow slot. And if we look at the rotation profile, we are up spinning now into probably 35, 40, 70, 100, 140. So we're looking at 140 miles an hour rotation around the startings of this mesocyclone area here. So let's head south to here, and I think we're probably going to see this become tornado warned at some point. Similarly, this could be the startings of a little bit of a something, but it doesn't have nearly the same level of organization as this part does. So we'll ignore this for now and continue south to the gas station. We'll fill up and then we'll position ourselves on this road down towards Fort City. So here comes the junction up ahead. No. And then we'll start slowing down here. Oh, Oh, I am good at what I do. I am good at what I do. Fuck yeah. Literally called it. Literally fucking called it. That is my serotonin. Okay. With the exception of my crash injuries, that is my serotonin boost for today. Absolutely fucking nailed the call there. Beautiful. I wonder then actually if we continue down this motorway towards St. John, might be the better shout for us, because then we'll be in a good position to intercept it as it comes onto the map. I've never been to St. John in this game. Not even once. So no obvious sign of a tornado yet, but we are looking through the core of the supercell, trying to spot the tornado. Once we get to St. John, we will unrain wrap the tornado, and we should have a better line of sight of it, which should be able to guide our ability to do an intercept. Now, whether or not I intercept on the highway or I get onto the country road just to the left of it, I'm not entirely sure, but we will see. So since we're low speed anyway, let's take a stop. So there's a, do you know what? There's a tornado on the ground already, and it's actually pretty sizable already. So it's tucked up in here, and I can't marker it because it's off the map. But this is the RFD, so it's here, and look at that velocity profile. So yeah, it's right tucked up in there. So a tight velocity couplet like we've got here is indicative of a boundary between the rear flank downdraft and the rotating updraft of a mesocyclone. We would expect to see a tornado about here, and we can't see the tornado just now because we're currently in the thick of the parent supercell, but it is definitely there. Oh wow, Jesus Christ, that was a lightning strike very close to us. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, damn, look at that. That is a fucking thunderstorm. Okay, so we're about to come out of the worst of the rain, and actually we can see the tornado debris signature. New tornado warning straight ahead of us. So we're in a bit of a rough spot here. I just want to make sure it's not for a separate thing. So that already is a pretty sizable tornado. So I think our intercept point is probably going to be here. So I think we're going to do the intercept on the motorway, or the highway as it would be given we're American. Once again, happy 4th of July to those who celebrate. So we have unrain wrapped the tornado, so we now get a pretty good view of it, and we can see it is coming straight towards us. Actually, maybe a little bit northwards now. So already this is a pretty sizable, strong tornado. It's being fed by quite significant cape potential. So yellow level cape is 3,000. And yeah, we can see that tornado is definitely heading a bit more northbound now. We're going to keep on the reflectivity map. So I think we're potentially looking for an intercept point up here. We're going to keep on this reflectivity map to help guide where this tornado is. So we can just hear the very distant tornado sirens of St. John's. So let's look at that tornado. Okay, it's actually really in front of us now. Having to be really careful here because the tornado's starting to get incredibly close. And it is a strong boy. Yeah, that is starting to get incredibly close. Okay, we're gonna get out here. probe down. I think it's actually just started glancing northwards. Oh wow, we die here. There is a non-zero chance we die here. Wind's at 63, we can do up to 100. We're at 90. We're off-road. That's not good. We're at 85. Okay, we're out of it. Okay, we definitely got caught in the outer fringes of that tornado. Holy shit. Is it a direct hit on the probe? No, it's not. Holy shit, okay. Okay, that is a surprising monster for very early into this chase. Look at that. Look at that bad boy. And then the fucking supercell in the distance. Ugh. Beautiful. Okay, let's report this again. And let's go and pick up our probe. So we got an 8,000 pickup. That is pretty tasty. And then we are going to head on to this other highway here and see where it takes us. So thankfully the town of St. John's got spared, or St. John got spared the wrath of the tornado there. Wow, that is a monster. It's been a while since I've seen a tornado get so strong so quickly into the starting of a round. But yeah, that is one heck of a unit. Thankfully the tornado sirens within St. John's keeping people safe. And already we are off to one particularly interesting chase. Okay, I think the next fuel stop is pretty far away, so let's stop here. Oh wow, holy shit. Look at the fucking, oh Jesus Christ, that is a fat fucking stovepipe. So the tornado's approximately here, so I think we're looking at an intercept. Oh, there's your tornado siren. Cool. Okay, so this area's just gone tornado warned. It's a bit hard to see what's going on here, but I think it's, yeah. Wow, that is a fucking... That is an absolute chode of a tornado. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's follow along the highway as fast as we can. This might potentially be a direct strike into Fort City. Not only is this a wide tornado and a powerful tornado, but it's got a very high ground speed as well. Like, I think I'm going to be hard pressed to catch up with this. And the worst part is this highway curves over to the left. So my ability to get myself into an intercept position, it goes, look at that fucking thing. Jeebus Christ. I'm not sure I can take this risk. I think discretion is the better part of valor here. Holy fuck. Yeah, if I had gone across the road, I died. I would have died. So it's currently here. So the intercept point was a lot closer than I thought. The good news is that means that it's glanced southbound, which means it misses Fort City. But that is a monster. That is an absolute monster. So if I can get over into an intercept point here... So we need to cross behind this tornado, which I think we should be able to do. We just have to be careful. If we start getting, if the wind starts taking up into like 100 miles an hour, that is the problem. That thing is huge. Yeah, that is a unit. That is an absolute unit of a tornado. I heard a tick. Okay, so we're in the RFD now. So we're experiencing quite hefty winds of 80 miles an hour. You got your first one that size finally since the update today, and it was amazing. Yeah, when I played the new update to test things out for stream, I did not get anything this size, and we've had quite a few this size today. Look at, okay, that is the biggest we've had. Holy shit. Hang on. And the problem is the ground speed of this thing is so fucking fast. I'm actually now no longer confident I can get into an intercept position on this. You have the DOM, so you've been waiting for a good intercept in one, and the update in the DOM, when it goes over, is so much scarier. Yeah, I can imagine. I, funnily enough, don't have the Dominator unlocked, because I actually don't play... I do play this off stream, but I don't play it significantly off stream, so... Yeah, okay, the ground speed of this tornado is fucking terrifying. I don't even... Jesus Christ. It's fucking black. Yeah, dang. Fucking hell. Alright, let's refuel here and rejoin the road. Okay, refuel. God, this tornado is stupid. This tornado is actually stupid. We'll report it and then we'll join the road. We're gonna have to trail behind it until it crosses the road. And then we can try and get ourselves in an intercept position. Keyword try. We got one halfway decent intercept before it became an absolute girthy monster. But yeah, this is an absolute monster unit of a tornado. So I think our intercept point is probably going to be up here. So let's just pedal to the metal. Well, pedal to the metal. And try and get there. So the tornado has crossed the road. And it has caused some damage as it did so. It's not caused an outrageous amount of damage, which makes me think the overall wind speeds of it are not catastrophic. But yeah, we've still got a lot of driving to do, and its ground speed is a significant concern. If this is the only tornado that we get out of this storm system and it never cycles, fine. Fine, because that is one scary looking nado, Jesus. Cool, so we're coming up to our left turn at the gas station here. Yeah, look at that, Jesus. Mr. Salmon. Okay, with the ground speed of this tornado, I don't want to stop at this gas station because there's a good chance... I do actually think that the ground speed has slowed down quite significantly. I actually think, looking at the formation of the mesocyclone, I actually think this tornado has probably... Well, the parent mesocyclone has weakened significantly, which means I think the tornado has weakened significantly. Let's see if we can see it. Yeah, look at that. It's barely the size it was. Wait, was that another tornado I saw behind the A-pillar? No, it almost looked like it was. So what is the cape profile? Okay, the cape profile is still pretty fucking strong. So this tornado, I think, does still have significant potential to re-strengthen into something. Oh boy, pizziets. I think the ground speeds come down a little bit though, so I'm going to take this side road here and see if we can't get ourselves into a slightly more appropriate intercept position. Really hard to tell where it is based on just the reflectivity. Let's actually stop for a minute and get out. So it is there. So it's roughly where I thought it was. So I think we are aiming for an intercept just after the bend. Oh, I think the ground speed's just picked up. So what horizontal speeds are affecting a tornado can often be told by the shape of the tornado. When it starts noodling around, you can tell it's being affected by a lot of horizontal winds like this one is. But when it's like a perfect stovepipe, it's usually not. Okay, this actually tornado is maybe a bit closer than I would like. What are we dealing with? What we're working with? What we're working with? Okay, it's in front of us. So the tornado's currently here-ish. Yeah, I think we're looking for an intercept point probably about here. We're actually gonna handbrake this. Okay, probe down. Probe down. Oh fuck, that tornado got a lot closer than I wanted it to. Okay, let's fucking get out of here. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. So it's within the forest, but it's not picking up tree. Okay, it's now picking up tree branches, but not whole trees. So this is good. Okay, I think we're out of the danger zone here. We do have an intercept. Yeah, it's definitely not nearly as girthy as it was before. So we got a 5,000 probe intercept, which actually isn't too bad. So the tornado is still tracking with a really good ground speed, but potential for intercepts is going to be incredibly limited because it's going to travel over here parallel to this road, and when we travel on this road, we're going to be in the thick of the storm, so we're just not going to be able to see what it is the tornado is doing. Let's pick up our probe. We'll probably stay here long enough to trigger the next tornado report, and then we'll begin our transit. We only got 14 seconds, so the tornado is already over here, so the ground speed of this thing is fucking wild. Oh, there's another tornado up here. Yeah, we can't see that from this far away. So let's report this. So we've done our reporting. Yeah, wow, this tornado is... That tornado is fast. Okay, let's go ahead and stop for fuel, and then we're just gonna travel as fast as we can to try and get ahead of this storm. I think we're going to be hard pressed to. I think the tornado is probably going to disappear before we get into another intercept point again. Although the cape is increasing, so it may re-strengthen, but we'll need to see. I was gonna say maybe it's roped out already, but I can still see it is over there. It actually looks like it's tracking ever so slightly northbound now, which means it might cross this road again. So I would expect it to go over this way, but it might be heading up a bit more. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Freaking tornadoes, man. Okay. Fine. So it looks like we have a little noodle of a tornado. So going on to the velocity... So the velocity profile still indicates quite a hefty amount of rotation. But the tornado... Actually, I want to... before we get into the thick of this tornado... So it is there. I'm wondering by this new tornado report. So the tornado is currently about here. But I wonder if there might be a new area, a new cycling of this tornado about to happen. Anyway, one way or the other, we're about to lose track of the whole situation either way because we're cutting through here. I think by the time we get here, the core of the RFD will have moved over this junction and we can head southbound for better visuals. I should see a dust cloud here. And I don't think this is where this tornado was. Maybe it is, but... Okay, it definitely still is down on the ground. Okay, so the tornado is here. So actually it's slowed down quite a fair bit. So there's a definite tornado up here because they've reissued the warning. The dust profile we can keep an eye on. I'm just curious as to where it is, whether I can turn right at the next junction, or if I need to carry on and turn right. Yeah, okay. In fact, it's actually getting so close I can hear the tornado, so I think we don't risk this. Yeah, no. We keep going, we're gonna go up here and turn right. So we'll turn right out of the bounds of the tornado. So the tornado is currently on this road, I reckon. Or just about to be. Whoppa. We're fishtailing. Tornado warning ended. Whoppa! Ah! Yeah, dang! Ah, that's a problem. This is a wooded area. So I want to turn south here, but this keeps me in the woodland. Let's get out and see if we can re-report this tornado. Car. Okay, I think it roped out. It's still in contact with the ground, but there is no condensation at all. So I think this tornado has roped out. The wind speeds are decreasing. The tornado contact signature has decreased. Okay. So this tornado has roped out. So the tornado was there. But I think this area to the south might be ripe for another tornado. The rotation profile is currently probably about 100 miles an hour for rotation. So I think there is the option of another tornado probably slightly down over here. But right now we've got nothing else new. The tornado system over Mount Tainton looks actually reasonably well developed. Okay, let's head into our shaggin' wagon. They've reissued the tornado warning, so there is potential for this to recycle. Fucking handbrake, man. I think we're going to race out of the clouds here, and I think when we get to here, we'll do a little reassessment. So very potentially there is a funnel cloud forming above my head. So if we say that this is the RFD, and based on the cape, this is the RFD, then this would be a very, very minor rotating updraft, which means there's potential for a funnel cloud right above this road, which is why they have reissued the tornado warning for this area. So let's go here and take a stop. Currently nada, but that doesn't mean it'll stay this way. And in reality, funnel clouds can form and stay aloft for, you know, like 10, 20, 30 minutes before either not becoming a tornado or becoming a tornado. One thing I think this game gets wrong is the fact that every funnel cloud, as far as I've ever seen, becomes a tornado, whereas in reality that just simply isn't the case. Quite often you'll see a funnel cloud and it never becomes a tornado. Okay, based on the rotational profile, I'd expect any potential funnel clouds to be around here, but I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not seeing any at all. With the exception of this tornado that's above Mount Tainton, which is going to be too far for me to get to before it goes off the map. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain this storm is going to produce a tornado. Let's examine it. So we have a rear flank downdraft. No, I'm looking in the wrong place. So we have a rear flank downdraft, which is here. We have a minor rotating updraft. Okay, this is where I would expect to see any potential funnel cloud. And there is nothing here. We do have high level... Yeah, okay. We do have wind shear. I think all the ingredients are here for a funnel cloud and potential tornado. But, yeah. Oh. We don't see it, but there is a funnel cloud somewhere. We just got the notification. You can roughly tell it, so it starts here and ends here, so it's probably going to be here-ish. Okay, I do not see the funnel cloud. Where is it reported? Oh, that was my ping for where the tornado would be, and it's right fucking there. Okay, I don't actually see where the funnel cloud is though. Let's use this opportunity to reposition ourselves. So we've missed that intercept there. We want to try and get to this point here. God, I am fucking good at what I do in this game. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I don't see any condensation at all, but there's a tornado ground signature. Yeah, there is no condensation at all, but there is a definite tornado ground signature. And I think we're gonna need to get up into the mountains. Ah, here we go. It's condensing. It's condensing. Yeah. Okay, we need to get up into the mountains because as it stands right now, we've missed the intercept opportunity on this road. It's a very thin little tornado. We'll only have one possible chance to intercept this. So let's get to it. The tornado warning for this tornado I think has just been reissued. I think that tornado is probably up there, but it's now off the map. And the funnel has condensed all the way to ground level. What is the cape profile like? It looks like it is skirting around an area that has a pretty tasty amount of cape. So this tornado is probably going to self-sustain for a while. There is actually potential for this nuclei to become a little sun later on as well. Okay, so based on this, I think here is going to be our intercept point. Based on what the world affectionately refers to as Dead Reckoning. I'm not going to stop for fuel because the fuel tank on this car is ridiculously big. But let's see if we can get around this corner and up the hill before this tornado does. So no visual signs of it at the moment, but never say never. The tornado warning north of Mount Tainton has been allowed to expire. Yeah, okay, so it's pretty much this beast. So I think the tornado's here, so I think we're still on track for an intercept point over here. The only trick is that we don't see the tornado. So we need to wait until we get up over this mountain before we're going to get a better idea of it. We're now within the tornado warned area, but we need to get on the other side of this hill. And then and only then, I think, can we start planning our intercept properly. Oh, this is scary, actually. This is scary. Hey, Carboid. This is scary because the ground speed of this tornado is also quite fast. Oh, Jesus. What is this game about? Chasing tornadoes. Oh, it's strong. Fuck, okay, it's strong. Okay, so I was right in that it's kind of curved up here a little bit more. So let's head back up the mountain a little bit. Oh, it is moving a lot of trees. So it's not particularly big, but it is particularly strong. Are we CBDR here? Yeah, we are. I think my car just fucked off. Yeah, my car fucked off. Okay, okay, this is not the situation one wants to be in. If I die here because my car drove away from me and I couldn't get away fast enough, I'm going to be displeased. I don't even want to look at the tornado because I know it's coming. Oh, God, it's so big. Oh, God, it's so big. Okay, we got our probe down. We're going to get in and try and drive away. Our probe is getting picked up. Oh God, that is a lot of debris. That is a lot of debris. That is a hell of a lot of debris. We might be in the outer fringes of the tornado. The wind speed did pick up significantly. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. If you ever visit the UK, can you show you English ambulances? No, I don't live in England, so no. You would need to go to England for that. Wow, look at all the trees. That might have been a direct hit. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So it's not a particularly strong tornado, but it did pick up, well actually, it was a particularly strong tornado because it did debark a lot of trees as we are currently having to navigate through. Let's go ahead and pick up our probe to get the data on. Jesus Christ, we can barely even keep track of that tornado. So we're going to get ourselves out of harm's way because as we learned from the last chase that we did, these tornadoes can just spawn feckin' in unpredictable, well it's not, unpredictable is the wrong word, but in rather unexpected places. So until we conduct the relevant assessments, we need to keep ourselves out the fuck of harm's way. So let's climb the mountain here. Yeah, I don't really think there's a place that I can keep tabs on that tornado. Annoyingly. We just have to keep ourselves out of dodge. Are any of these storms looking like they're going to produce tornadoes? I mean, this one might. It's about to come into an area of cape. But it looks like it's displacing the cape as it goes. Yeah, okay, this looks like it is displacing cape. So this area looks like it is just a typical heavy rainstorm without necessarily being mesocyclone producing. So that there is our tornado that we have just seen. So it is currently very almost off the map. And I think this might give us end of round sometime soon, I think. I don't really have anywhere else to go because if I go north towards Eastern Falls, then I'm going to be back in the rain area. I think I need to keep to the south of this rainstorm and to the east of this rainstorm just in case anything does hit me, because I do not want another funnel cloud again, because that does get a little bit awkward. It does really get a little bit awkward. Fine, so the tornado is here, so it's roughly off the edge of the map. Fine. So our attention now becomes, is anything else likely to be tornado producing? We have an isolated thunderstorm, well, we actually have a linear thunderstorm system with some rotation, limited cape, no defined morphology. So at the moment I'm not particularly concerned. But this area might change. Oh, actually, okay, fine. So this thunderstorm here has started tightening up. So this might be the start of a rotating updraft. So there's potential mesocyclone candidates here, here, and here. With Bridgetown in particular being of particular suspicion. Because this looks like an established RFD. Alright, we're just gonna have to wait and see, I reckon. Let's head down to this gas station here. That'll give us better visibility of anything that's coming over this mountain range here. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Never mind. The chase ends. So we can leave the chase. God damn it. I think when it says direct hits from a tornado, I get the feeling it has to be from the Dominator. I think that's a Dominator thing, but I don't have the Dominator. So the maximum wind speed recorded was 196 miles an hour. So that is F4 borderline F5 territory. So we got an absolute monster of a tornado there. But yeah, nice. That was some good chasing that we got going backwards and forwards there. Okay, I'm gonna go try and find somebody to pass you on to. Let's go ahead and see if anyone else is streaming OutBRK. If not, I will pass you over to one of my friends. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's go for a raid on Hypnotic Gaming, who is playing some more OutBRK. Not unlike me, they are on the path towards 800 followers. So let's go and show them some love and support. There we go. Boom. Okay. Fine. That is the raid started. We are going to be streaming tomorrow, unless my feeling unwell overwhelms me. We're going to be doing some Oblivion tomorrow, followed by some Transport Fever 2 on Sunday. Hopefully you can join me for that. For just now, however, we are going to go show some love and support to Hypnotic Gaming. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye.
What's the difficulty above overkill? I forget.
Mayhem, maybe?
Hello. Yeah, what's good? 1v1. What is it? Yeah, and they're just gonna die!
Yes!
Fuck yeah! Yes! Legend.
Come on. Just hit him. Woohoo! That was a bit unnecessary. But I respect it. Oh!
I think you have to be on this side. If you touch the skull, you get an achievement.
We chibi.
Oh, also there's this that we should probably be doing.
Oh, that is. Ah! Fuck. Ah, I'm stuck on a cabin patch.
Why is he coming for me?
Get over there.
I love that walk stance. That is a very rootin' tootin' I'm going shooting. Oh, fantastic.
This is not fun for me.
Oh, fuck!
Jeffrey is single-handedly bankrupting his state for this.